Başlayabiliriz. Dear participants and distinguished guests, welcome to the International Symposium on Children's Rights, which organized by the Cross Border Jurists Association. Today, we commemorate the 35th anniversary of the signing of the Convention on the Rights of the Child on November 20, 1989. This milestone offers us an opportunity to reflect on our progress and to collectively raise awareness about children's rights. Well, our symposium's theme is the principle of the best interest of the child and the obligations of the state, which outlined in the Article 3 of the Convention. This principle is comprehensive, encompassing a wide range of issues, from the conditions in hospitals and care for newborns to the well-being of children whose parents are incarcerated. We are honored to host experts from various parts of the world, making this an international gathering of minds dedicated to children's welfare. Throughout the event, presentations will cover best practices focused on the best interests of children, current challenges, and proposed solutions. Embracing both tradition and innovation, our symposium in hybrid form. So some speakers are joining us online, and and the event is being broadcast live on our association's YouTube channel. So you can access the speaker's presentation via the QR codes provided in the files distributed to you. We also invite you to explore the Children's Rights exhibition, which displays in the symposium venue. This exhibition features works by renowned activist illustrator Gianluca Constantini, along with various artistic contributions centered on children's rights. As we embark on this journey of discussion and discovery, we wish you a fulfilling, productive, and inspiring symposium. Your participation and contributions are invaluable to advancing the cause of children's rights. Thank you for joining us. Now it's my pleasure to invite to the stage co-chair of the Cross Border Jurists Association, Mr. Mehmet Bakır, for his opening remarks.
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, Rednerinnen, die online verbunden sind und Anwesende im Saal. Im Namen des Vorstands des Cross Border Jurists heiße ich Sie alle herzlich willkommen. Ihre Teilnahme und Ihre Beiträge sind eine große Ehre für uns.
Ladies and gentlemen, speakers who are connected online and those present in the room. On behalf of the Board of Cross Border Jurists, I would like to welcome you all. Your participation and contributions are great honor for us.
Also, die Geschichte, unsere historischen Erfahrungen und aktuelle Beispiele zeigen uns eins: wie immer auf der Welt ein willkürliches, autoritäres oder undemokratisches Regime herrscht, gibt es auch ein korruptes, degeneriertes Justizsystem.
History, our historical experiences and current examples show us just one thing. Wherever there is an arbitrary, authoritarian or anti-democratic regime in the world, there is also a corrupt, degenerate justice system.
Die Wiederaufbau der von Juristinnen verursachten Trümmer kann am besten von Juristinnen und Juristen geleistet werden. Das ist die Quelle unserer Motivation, diese Vereinigung zu gründen. Wir sind ein Verein mit Sitz in Köln, der von Juristinnen und Juristen in verschiedenen Bereichen gegründet wurde. Unser Verein ist aktiv einerseits in der Prävention und Verbesserung von Menschenrechtsverletzungen und andererseits über die Integration, berufliche Weiterbildung, Karriereplanung und soziale Probleme von Juristinnen und Juristen.
The reconstruction of the ruins caused by the jurists can best be accomplished by jurists themselves. This is the source of our motivation to found this association. We are an association based in Cologne, which was founded by lawyers in various fields. Our association is active on the one hand in the prevention and improvement of human rights violations, and on the other hand on the integration, professional training, career planning and social problems of the lawyers.
Im Rahmen dieses ersten Ziels gibt es ein Thema, dem wir große Bedeutung beimessen: das Recht der Kinder und das Wohl des Kindes. Denn überall dort, wo es Krieg, Migration, Verfolgung und häusliche Unterdrückung gibt, sind Kinder leider die ersten und dauerhaften Opfer.
Within this first objective, there is one issue to which we attach great importance: the rights of the children and the welfare of the child. Because wherever there is war, migration, persecution, and also domestic oppression, children are unfortunately the first and the long-lasting victims.
Zu diesem Zweck haben wir im vergangenen Jahr zunächst einen Bericht erstellt. Der zweite Teil dieses Berichts, der von meinem Kollegen Herrn Mustafa Doğan erstellt wurde, befasst sich mit der Situation in der Türkei. Bei den Vorbereitungen für den Weltkinderrechtstag am 20. November haben wir festgestellt, dass es in fast allen Teilen der Welt Probleme mit dem Kinderrecht gibt. Ich denke, es ist genug zu sagen, dass eines von 4 Kindern in Konfliktgebieten lebt. Vielleicht reicht es aus, sich nur auf die Statistiken von UNICEF und den Vereinten Nationen zu beziehen.
For this purpose, we first drafted a report last year. The second part of this report, which was prepared by my colleague, Mr. Mustafa Doğan, dealt with the situation in Turkey. During the preparations for World Children's Rights Day on November the 20th, we realized that there are problems with children's rights in most of all parts of the world. I think it is enough to say that 1 in every 4 children lives in conflict zones, and perhaps it is sufficient to just to refer to the statistics of UNICEF and the United Nations.
Ich überlasse das Wort den Expertinnen und Experten und denjenigen, die Erfahrung auf diesem Gebiet haben, uns über verschiedene Regionen der Welt zu informieren. In diesem Sinne bedanke ich mich für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit und spreche meinen Dank schon einmal für Ihre Teilnahme und Ihre Beiträge aus.
I will leave the floor over to the experts and those who have experience in this field to inform us about different regions of the world. With this in mind, I thank you for your attention and thank you in advance for your participation and contributions.
Thank you, Mr. Bakır. Now we can proceed to first session of our symposium. So, Mr. Abdulaziz Denish, can you please come to stage as well? And can I stop using the microphone? It's a bit heavy for my ankle, to be honest. We will be 4 speakers for this session. 2 of us will joining on site, and the other 2 will join us as online today. Yeah, and I will be the first speaker of this session as well. So I would like to welcome you all again. My name is Ayça, and today I stand before you to address a matter of great urgency: the protection of unaccompanied children who seek asylum in Germany. Well, this is actually an issue in other countries as well, but today we will specifically talk about Germany. Well, these children having fled war, persecution, and poverty. So they represent some of the most vulnerable individuals in our society. The principle of the best interest of the child, which is a cornerstone of international and domestic legal frameworks, must guide every action we take on their behalf. Well, these children represent a significant portion of the global refugee crisis. According to a research from 2019, out of 68.5 million forcibly displaced refugees worldwide, the 52% of them, which makes almost 36 million of them, were under the age of 18. So many of these children arrive in Europe unaccompanied, which means without the parental protection or guidance. And this makes them highly vulnerable to exploitation and any kind of harm and abuse. I will be referring to the word of exploitation oftenly in this speech, because this word refers to taking unfair advantage of someone and often involves manipulation or using someone's vulnerability for financial, labor or personal benefits. And I think this is the most suitable word for in the context of this speech. Germany itself saw over 15,000 unaccompanied children who seek asylum in 2023. And these children were primarily coming from Syria, Afghanistan, and Ukraine. And during the peak of the migration crisis in 2016, this number was as high as 35,939, which indicates the ongoing need for robust mechanisms to manage and protect these vulnerable children. Tragically, some of these children vanish after their arrival, leaving them unaccounted for and at grave risk of exploitation, abuse, and trafficking. Well, according to official data, nearly 1,500 unaccompanied children were reported missing in Germany as of 2020. And among these, 884 of them were under the age of 13. Well, legally speaking, we call the individuals who is under the age of 18 as minors, but still we have some classifications under the age of 18 as well. So when a child is under the age of 13 or 14 or sometimes 12, well, it depends on the country, it even makes them more vulnerable than the other ones. And these disappearances are not simply statistic anomalies, and they are indicators of systematic failures in safeguarding children who have already experienced unimaginable traumas. And there's some contributing factors to this alarming trend. And the first one is unreported family reunification, which means that unaccompanied children often leave Germany to reunite, often leave actually shelters. We are not sure about if they leave Germany or not. They leave shelters to reunite with their families mostly in other member states. However, by doing this, they don't give any information to authorities, which cause them registered as missing persons. The second one is inadequate living conditions. Many of these children are dissatisfied with their assigned accommodation, particularly in rural or poorly equipped shelters. They often prefer urban areas that offer better opportunities to community support, prompting them to abandon displacements. And the third one would be the fear of deportation. Well, they have lack of secure residencies, such as foster uncertainty and desperation, driving children to seek alternatives outside the official system. The German Federal Association for Unaccompanied Refugee Children, I think it's called BUMF or something like that. You can correct me if I'm wrong. BUMF. All right. BUMF underscores that the lack of secure residency or future prospects significantly increases the risk of these children running away, exposing them to further exploitation. And the third one would be also covering the other ones as well, organized exploitation. Criminal networks actively target these minors, coercing them into trafficking, forced labor, or other forms of exploitation. Organizations such as Deutsche Kinderhilfswerk and Missing Children in Europe have highlighted the potential danger faced by these missing children. There are indications that criminal networks use psychological, also physical pressure to force children to leave care centers, potentially leading to their exploitation in prostitution or forced labor. Well, While these things are happening, Germany also has some legal obligations as well. Germany has legal binding obligations under international agreements, such as United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, which mandates the protection of children's rights and prioritize their welfare. Domestically, Germany has the Child Welfare Act, which mandates the provision of housing, healthcare, and education for unaccompanied children. However, despite these legal frameworks, gaps between policy and implementation still remains, particularly in addressing the specific needs of children who have endured severe trauma. Well, since we're speaking about asylum seeker children, it would not be wrong to mention about Dublin Convention as well. And this convention plays actually a crucial role in determining which EU member state is responsible for which asylum application. And non-compliance with the provision of the Dublin Convention can have also serious legal consequences, as it undermines the coordinated approach necessary for safeguarding vulnerable children. Such failures expose states to potential legal actions for breaching their international obligation and compromise the fundamental rights of unaccompanied children. Well, to effectively protect unaccompanied children, Germany must take the following actions. The first one is strength oversight and monitoring. Well, comprehensive systems must be implemented to track and support children from their arrival until their legal and social status is secured. Cross-border cooperation must also be reinforced to prevent children from disappearing while attempting to reunite with family members in other countries. Also, we can say that Germany's monitoring system has some lack of information because we are not able to see exact numbers of how many children are missing during this process. The second will be the enhanced living conditions. Shelters should be safe, well-equipped, and designed to meet the developmental needs of children. Providing urban accommodations may reduce the incentive to live, as children are often more comfortable and feel safer in urban settings compared to rural areas. The third one, and not as maybe a lawyer, but as a human, I think this is the most important one, provide trauma-informed care. Because many of these children have witnessed violence, lost loved ones, or being forcibly separated from their families. The trauma these children endure can manifest in both the short and also long term. In the short term, they may experience anxiety, nightmares, difficulty trusting other ones, and withdrawal from social interactions, which also makes hard to integrate to society as well. And without timely intervention, these issues can evolve into long-term trauma, including chronic depression, PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, or difficulties in forming stable relationships as adults. Well, these mental health challenges can also impact their ability to integrate into society, succeed academically, and lead fulfilling lives. Specialized mental health services must be integrated into their care, ensuring they receive the necessary support to heal and thrive. Without appropriate mental health support, these children are at increased risk of falling into dangerous situations or being manipulated by individuals seeking to exploit their vulnerabilities. The third one will be the combating criminal exploitation, and the collaborations between law enforcement and child protection agencies should be strengthened to disrupt trafficking networks targeting minors. The German government must bolster measures to combat child trafficking and exploitation. The collaborative concept, protection and assistance in cases of child trafficking and exploitation, implemented by BMFCFG, in a positive step in this direction, but it's not enough. So the last one will be the facilitate family reunification. Streamlining cross-border family reunification process is crucial to minimizing the need for children to take unsafe, unsanctioned measures. Well, the Dublin Convention includes provisions that prioritize family reunification, especially for unaccompanied minors whose best interests involve being with their families. Proper implementation of these provisions can ensure that children are reunited swiftly and also safely, reducing their exposure to risks. Facilitating family reunifications will also provide these children with the stability they need to integrate into society successfully. Like many of you as lawyers and also beyond every title as humans, we must emphasize that the disappearance of unaccompanied minors represents not only a humanitarian crisis, but a legal failure. The absence of robust protections exposes Germany to potential breaches of its international and domestic legal obligations. Failure to comply with Child Protection International and failure to comply with child protection standards could lead to significant legal consequences, eroding trust in Germany's commitment to upholding human rights. It is imperative that Germany adheres to the principles enshrined in international conventions and ensures that every unaccompanied child is treated with the dignity and the care they deserve. So the principle of the best interest of the child requires urgent and also collective action. This is not just about fulfilling a legal obligation. It is about recognizing humanity of each child, understanding their fears, hopes, and the resilience they show in the face of unimaginable hardship. Many of these children have endured horrors that no child should ever experience. Fleeing their homes, witnessing violence, and losing their families. The psychological scars they carry demand our empathy and our unwavering commitment to action. This issue transcends political or bureaucratic boundaries. It is about safeguarding children, ensuring their safety, dignity, and hope for a better future. The flight of missing unaccompanied children seeking asylum in Germany demands immediate action from all stakeholders, including government agencies, law enforcement, child protection organizations, and also civil society. By closing the gaps in protection systems and holding ourselves accountable to the highest standards, we can honor our legal and also moral commitments. We must improve our child welfare systems. Well, Germany and the states need to improve their child welfare systems, but also we need to help them as well. And strengthen oversight mechanism, enhance living conditions, provide trauma-informed care, and combat exploitation. Let us not allow these children to disappear into the shadows. Instead, let us shine a light on their plight and act decisively to protect their futures. Thank you. We have an online speaker who will be joining us today from Canada. Joan Hodges is a human rights advocate and documentary filmmaker with Tigrayan heritage. Following the outbreak of war in Ethiopia in 2020, she became a leading voice for peace, justice, and the welfare of Tigray's people. Joan is a founding member of the Alliance of Genocide Victim Communities, working alongside Tigrayan, Tibetan, Tamil, Uyghur, Rwandan, and Hazara communities. She also serves as a board member of Ethiopian Canadians for Peace, a member of United Tegaru Canada and Tigray Advocacy Canada, and an advisory for Northern Justice Watch, supporting human rights advocacy with the diaspora. Her recent documentary, Resilient Genius, produced with the Canadian Centre for Victims of Torture, amplifies the voices of children impacted by war. She will be joining us online today, and Joan will address broken trusts, system failure, and the neglect of Tigray's children. Hello, Joan. Can you hear me? I can't hear you as well. Can you hear me now? No. Now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Hala duymuyor. Biz de onu duymuyoruz. Is your microphone is on? Can you check from Zoom if your computer's audio is on and also if your microphone's on? No, I can't hear you. No. Can you open your mic, please? Kapatıp açma dışında başka ne söyleyebilirim yapması için? Tekrar deneyecek, katılmayın. Can you please check your microphone from Zoom? Telefonla sesini alayım mı? Görüntüsü bu şekilde kalacak şekilde. They say you need to allow to microphone after you join Zoom call.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Thank you.
We figured it out. Oh, thank goodness. Sorry, guys.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. I already
It's like 4:40 in the
introduced
morning where I
you.
am right now. So anyway, I figured it out, I think.
Okay. I already introduced you, but I think you couldn't hear it. So when you're ready, you can proceed to your speech.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I had a presentation, but I think I've heard it would be better if I just speak, so I will do that. Thank you. I wanted to briefly explore the crisis in Tigray, Ethiopia, shed a little light on some of the devastating consequences of system failures. It's not a light topic, but I hope that as I highlight the situation, I'm outlining various reports and urgent need for more awareness, and I hope that, well, perhaps what I'll do is I'll send the slideshow that I have, or attach it to something and circulate it so that you can have that. I'm a visual person. I like to have a visual accompaniment to what I'm saying or what I'm listening to. So I'm sorry that's not going to be possible today, but I'll make sure that they're circulated. So quickly, I'm going to discuss displacement, education disruption, famine, and sexual gender-based violence in Tigray. For those who aren't familiar with Tigray, I imagine there are some people who have not heard of even perhaps the war. It was one of the deadliest wars in the 21st century. In June of this year, the New Lines Institute published a report written and edited by a collection of seasoned international human rights lawyers, legal scholars, diplomats, former ambassadors, titled Genocide in Tigray: Serious Breaches of International Law in the Tigray Conflict in Ethiopia and Paths to Accountability. In it, they called for states around the world to recognize what's happened in Tigray, Ethiopia, as a genocide. And Tigray itself is a state inside of Ethiopia. It's the northernmost state in Ethiopia. It's adjacent to Eritrea. There are about 7 million people. That were the estimate of the population size. That was a census from 2007. It was probably grown by then. It's the center of Ethiopian cultural heritage. There are many ancient sites, so it's quite a unique place. But the killing and the genocide began in November 2020. The conservative estimate is that 600,000 Tigrayan civilians died. That's not the war dead, that's just the civilians, and it may be actually up to 1.2 million people. Whatever the case is, it was a massive amount of death in just 2 years' time. And with limited access to Tigray, academics at Ghent University have been able to compile a list of 256 massacre sites. This is where 5 or more people were killed. Amnesty International, the Associated Press reported a massacre at the holy city of Aksum as an example that left 800 people dead and included the door-to-door killing of all males over the age of 7. Each account we've received is riddled with horror. Parents murdered in front of their screaming children, church congregations targeted, reports of white cotton-clad Sunday school children having just emerged from communion being executed in front of their mothers. In addition to this, after only the first 9 months of violence, there was an estimate that there were 120,000 cases of conflict-related sexual violence. We now believe that number to be much higher, and actually in some occupied areas of Tigray, it's ongoing. A report, I believe, is coming out in a couple of weeks that will more than double those numbers. So in Western Tigray, which borders Sudan, there was a relentless campaign of terror, ethnic cleansing, and it resulted in 2 million people being displaced from their homes. The bloated, tortured, mutilated bodies of Tigrayans were washing up the Tikizi River, which is the river that separates Ethiopia and Sudan. Salon magazine published a report confirming that thousands of Tigrayans, including children, were held in concentration camps. And actually, we still don't know what's become of all of them. There are multiple accounts of civilians being executed in large numbers and dumped into pits. There's video of Tigray Allied forces systematic looting and intentional destruction of Tigray. Over 80% of all medical facilities and almost 85% of the schools were rendered non-functioning. Farming equipment, livestock, mill houses, factories, water treatment facilities, water wells were all destroyed. Even fruit trees were chopped down. The result is that there's been a man-made famine, and it's actually rivaled the one from 40 years ago when the world started to pay attention to Ethiopia because of the famine that sparked the Live Aid response. This has been similar, but it's with comparatively little attention. So today, despite the cessation of hostilities agreement signed in 2022, which silenced many of the guns. 40% of the state in Tigray is actually still occupied by the same hostile forces that committed these atrocities. And we know for certain that there are atrocity crimes ongoing today. So that's just to set the stage of what's occurred. And how did all of this specifically impact children? I guess it's like, how hasn't it actually? But quickly going through some major sort of headlines. Displacement and family separation. So 2 million Tigrayans were displaced internally, mostly from West Tigray. Most of those would have liked to have gone to Sudan instead of internally. Tigrayans trying to leave in that direction. So about 70,000 actually made it to Sudan before the troops arrived to shut the border. And actually the Tigrayans that are in Sudan right now are in a very precarious situation because of the war that's there now. Many of the Tigrayans who left West Tigray were actually evicted from their homes by Amhara Fano and Eritrean forces in an act of ethnic cleansing. Others left due to the drone bombing, the shootings, the violence, like the massacres and rape. In the panic and rush to leave, as troops arrived in villages and towns, many Tigrayans were separated from their families. Many children, were separated. So in October 2023, which is a year after the cessation of hostilities agreement, Tigray's Women, Children, and Youth Affairs Office reported that more than 30,000 children were still separated from their parents due to the war. Those children have been demanding to be reunited with their parents, but only about 3,800 children had been successful at the time of the report. In Tigray's capital city of Mekelle alone, as many as 15,000 children are living on the street, and they are extremely vulnerable. They all face malnutrition. Of course, without the safety and family, the support of their families, the children are also exposed to exploitation, abuse, and neglect. A number of the children living on the streets are actually orphans. There's a program director at the SOS Children's Village in Mekelle who was in Tigray throughout the war, and he said he's witnessed the increase of these street children, gave an interview noting how they are very malnourished. They actually have no access to healthcare or medicine, and they desperately need support. So today, 2 years after the cessation of hostilities agreement, 1 million of the original 2.2 million internally displaced people in Tigray remain internally displaced. And this is despite the fact that their return home was one of the main points of the cessation of hostilities agreement. And there are many children among those displaced families. They're living in abhorrent conditions in IDP camps with unbearable heat, terrible cold in the winter. They're squished together on the floors of schools. Water, food, and energy needed to cook food are constant challenges. There is starvation in these camps. Donated blankets are often sold to buy food. And the lack of water in the camps is dangerous and dehumanizing. Sanitation is a pressing concern. There have been numerous health outbreaks. And again, the disruption of the public health services due to the medical facility destruction has contributed to the spread of the disease like typhoid, measles, malaria, yellow fever, anthrax, rabies, hepatitis E. I remember hearing a story of displacement of a 16-year-old girl named Merhawit, who always stuck with me. She was from West Tigray. She had become disconnected from her father and brother, and she said there was so much shooting, and she picked up her baby brother and started walking, and she actually walked a staggering 300 kilometers to the capital city, begging for food, passing dead bodies. She saw so much destruction. When she finally arrived at the health center in Mekelle, she said all she wanted was her father. And she said she went to sleep every night thinking he'll be here in the morning and we'll be able to go home. So just this month in November 2024, an advocate walked through an IDP camp in the holy city of Aksum, Tigray, a city that used to be the seat of the Aksumite Empire with many famous heritage sites. Tourists and pilgrims visit Aksum in better times. It's where the Ark of the Covenant is supposed to be, the Ethiopian Orthodox belief. She reported on her visit to the IDP camps there that the silence is almost louder. This is a quote. "The silence is almost louder than words. It's a silence born not of peace, but of deprivation and resignation. In this silence, young children wait patiently, their expressions devoid of the joy and light that should mark a child's life. Hunger is more than a physical sensation here. It is a pervasive atmosphere, an ongoing fight that consumes every thought and every ounce of energy. It is hunger as a way of life, hunger that steals away their potential, their health, and their hope. So I'll just use this as an opportunity to continue talking a little bit more about the widespread hunger in Tigray. In fact, there's famine in Tigray, an undeclared famine. So before the war, locusts and drought were agricultural challenges for Tigray, but Tigray had actually just been classified as being on the brink of being food secure, borderline food secure. So by June 2021, which was just 9 months into the conflict, the UN's IPC, the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, projected that famine-like conditions in Tigray would occur within 3 months. So as I mentioned at the start of the talk, there were a series of concerted, organized, intentional acts between November 2020 and June 2021 that led to this critical phase where famine was imminent. So in the same month that this projection was made, June 2021, a new phase of the war started. The Tigrayan Defense Forces regained control of Tigray's capital city of Mekelle. The Ethiopian forces and allied forces withdrew outside of Tigray, and they switched strategies and began a total siege of Tigray. No humanitarian aid, no food, no medicine, no fuel, no journalists, no internet. The internet and phone were cut off, the power was cut. Nothing was permitted into Tigray. Humanitarian agencies like Doctors Without Border, Norwegian Refugee Council, who tried to raise the alarm about the hunger crisis and all that was happening in Tigray, were expelled from the whole country of Ethiopia. To this day, humanitarian data released from Tigray must first be approved by the federal government. They started to skew numbers, and to this day, data from Tigray is grouped with 2 other neighboring states of Afar and Amhara, released under a heading of Northern Ethiopia, making it very unclear what's actually happening in Tigray or to the Tigrayans. The federal government insists that different and actually less effective reporting mechanisms are actually used to measure the hunger in Tigray. So, and then humanitarians were actually also targeted and killed in Tigray during the war. So it's a terrible situation. The famine was never officially declared in Tigray because the United Nations IPC, the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, requires the approval of local governments before a famine is to be declared. And this is supposed to be to ensure coordinated response occurs when a famine is declared. The chief, Mark Lowcock of the humanitarian UN agency at the time, said that famine was not declared in Tigray because its declaration was blocked by federal authorities in Ethiopia. Abiy Ahmed, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, actually said in an interview that there was no hunger in Tigray, implying that all these Western agencies were lying and undermining Ethiopia. There was some concerted effort to campaign on behalf of hungry children. Occasionally, some high-energy biscuits were permitted into the region. The federal government was often unwilling even to allow that because they claimed that soldiers would use the biscuits and that they wouldn't actually reach the children who needed it. There was not evidence of that happening. Even things like cancer treatments, dialysis, HIV medication, medicine that prevents HIV transmission to children, all of that was denied. And the estimate is that around 200,000 people died in the short 2-year 2020 to 2022 period due to starvation and lack of medical supplies. We know that children often die first in famine, the children and elderly. Malnutrition makes them more susceptible to disease and death. For children who survive a famine, the malnutrition associated with it has profound effects on the physical and cognitive development of children, especially the 0 to 5 age range, if that's when this occurs for them. It leads to issues such as stunted growth, low weight, delays to overall development. The impact on brain development can particularly be concerning. Starvation is also considered one of the most painful ways to die due to the prolonged debilitating effects it has on the body. It's incredibly difficult for a parent to watch their child or children starve to death. And the process of starvation is slow and cruel. The overwhelming distress can cause severe psychological effects as parents believe they're powerless. They are powerless in preventing their child's suffering. I recall multiple reports during the war of parents committing suicide because they couldn't provide what their children needed in a predominantly Orthodox Christian society where suicide is frowned upon. It speaks to the trauma endured that suicide has been on the rise. Alex DeWall, a starvation crime expert and the executive director of the World Peace Foundation, talks about the need to articulate in cases like Tigray that starvation is something that was intentionally done to people and that it isn't a personal failure. So in these situations, family units weaken, there's an erosion of community cohesion as trust in governing bodies or relief organizations break down. On a societal level, mass child death and famine can have long-term effects on social structures, and the impact on social ties and overall society can be devastating. The psychological, emotional damage can lead to actually cycles of trauma that persist through generations, and we've seen that in other cases. Extreme hunger and starvation is actually an ongoing situation in Tigray. The Pretoria Agreement, Cessation of Hostilities Agreement, did not fix it. Food assistance was halted again last year due to an investigation regarding massive aid diversion in all of Ethiopia. It resumed again in December of last year. But aid groups indicate that only 14% of those targeted for food aid are actually receiving it this year. Child malnutrition rates are around 26%. Stunting levels were at 43% in 2023. The malnourished and pregnant and lactating women had rates as high as 70% in some parts of the region. The Tigray Bureau of Health indicated that 60% of households have moderate or severe hunger compared to just 3% before the war. Ironically, this rate is now actually higher than it was during the war when Tigrayans were living under siege. Just this week, a new first-hand account of life in the Aksum hospital, which was a hospital decimated by the war, as practically all of them were, this barren ward full of what they call kangaroo mothers, doing skin-to-skin contact, helping to regulate the baby's body temperature, their heart rate, their breathing. But they're doing this not because their babies are premature, it's because their babies are starving. So while discussing man-made famine, it may appear trivial to address education, but if we succeeded in providing food aid and seeds and animals to the hungry in this region, the state of education offers an important, broader understanding of the situation for children in Tigray. So let me just switch to that briefly before we close. Education disruption and school destruction. So the school system in Tigray had been developed over the past 3 decades, and it actually had achieved near universal primary enrollment, and this has been devastated by the war. In Tigray, before the war, there had been 40,000 classrooms in 2,500 schools. There were 2 teacher training colleges, 30,000 electronic devices, including computers, printers, plasma TVs, heavy-duty photocopying machines, 300,000 pieces of laboratory equipment and teaching aids. Unfortunately, almost all of this has been destroyed or looted, leaving a very difficult situation, and the resources needed for the education in Tigray will be significant. In terms of educational infrastructure, the latest available data suggests that almost 90% of classrooms have been damaged. Teachers were targets during the war, and as many as 14,000 teachers, school leaders, and education officials are actually still missing or unaccounted for. Many schools in Tigray had inadequate infrastructure prior to the conflict. They had a shortage of desks, seats, basic teaching materials. The government support had never been fully sufficient. And I just wanted to make that point because as a result, many of the schools in Tigray were actually constructed by their local communities through the contribution of fees, materials, and labor. And it's an important piece of context to understand because it's why there is so much despair expressed by teachers over the destruction of the school buildings and equipment. Causing some, this is a quote, causing some to lose hope in the profession. And just a few findings from a chapter of a book published this year titled Teacher Professionalism in the Global South. The chapter's titled Conflict in Tigray, Teachers' Experiences and the Implications for Post-Conflict Reconstruction. Teachers in Tigray had professional attachment to their schools and their resources. They know the effort that a school has invested in getting its resources, and at the same time, the value of educational resources in supporting the teaching and learning process. And just quoting from the report here, teachers then lose hope in the profession and find it chilling to see school resources that they'd once used being thrown away, broken, and looted. In the schools that remained open as long as they could, teachers worked for 2 years without pay while facing all the hardships everyone else did, the siege, the hunger, the violence. And those teachers described seeing a change in their students' mentality, saying they heard many say, there's no value in education. It's meaningless in such a war-torn environment. Secondary teachers explained that they saw rapid deterioration in the attention of students. They heard a number of students say they felt that one day or another, becoming a military man is unavoidable, that sense of inevitability around joining the fighting. And actually many did join. The economic hardship resulting from the siege also shifted the focus of parents and children from learning to just survival. And this continues in some areas of Tigray today because of a lack of food. Many children are not in school because of the hunger. The communities, again, they're not only impoverished, they were intentionally decimated by actors in the conflict. And when we talk about looting in Tigray, what's important to understand is the level and extent of it. There was a Tigrayan musician who made a popular, funny song during the war, actually, about how the Eritrean soldiers in particular even looted the plastic yellow jerry cans that some people collect water in. Even that was looted. Cutlery in homes, cheap plastic plates, costume jewelry. Forget the gold jewelry that so many Tigrayan women love to wear. Even the costume jewelry was looted. And the reality of the scale of the looting, I think, also speaks to the absolute destitution that so many live in Eritrea. What wasn't looted at schools was intentionally broken, and researchers described feeling sick as they walked past schools they taught and teachers and saw the targeted destruction. Today, 2 full years after the cessation of hostilities agreement, there are a staggering 1 million school children who are still out of school. Many of the children have now been out of school since the COVID-19 shutdown, and the war started in the middle of that shutdown. So that means that 4 to 5 years of education have now been missed, and there are 9-year-old children who have never been to school. It's devastating when you consider the Tigrayans had worked so hard to get their kids a decent education just a few years ago. And remember that the same federal government in Ethiopia that was in power when these schools were intentionally destroyed is in power today. So of course, they are not mobilizing to reconstruct. There are not genuine gestures of goodwill. There are not apologies. There's not much coming from the federal government. Many of the remaining 1 million IDPs live in the school buildings also that are still standing, the remaining school buildings. So in the places where classes have resumed, they are now frequently being held under trees, which is something that has not commonly been done in Tigray for quite some time. It's important to note today that the 40% of Tigray that's still occupied by hostile forces, there are atrocities ongoing, and the school is not happening in any of those areas either. Just this month, the reporter published an article saying that all schools in the Irab area, which is up just underneath Eritrea, on the border with Eritrea, are not operational, and the schools have either been fully or partially destroyed. So one last section, if I have a few more minutes, that I just wanted to briefly talk about, it's really harrowing, but it's the last headline I wanted to quickly go through. I don't think I could talk about children in Tigray without talking about this. Just to be fair, I want to warn you, some of what I'm going to mention is quite disturbing. I know some of what I have is already disturbing, but I feel obliged to tell you the truth. I can't talk about children in Tigray if I don't cover the hardest truths. And so let me just quickly talk about conflict-related sexual violence. One of the most egregious aspects of the genocide in Tigray has been the conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence. In the 40% of the states still occupied by hostile forces, Eritrean forces, Amhara Fano, there are ongoing reports of atrocity crimes, including disappearance, restricted movement, detention, and rape. And that little district I mentioned earlier called Irab, which is on the border of Eritrea, is actually home to an ethnic minority, the Irab people. The Irab, they're a minority within a minority. Tigrayans are a minority. And the Irab people are actually facing possible extinction. Irab is occupied in every single day a one-stop center that's in the town just outside of these occupied zones today still receives 18 new cases of sexual and gender-based violence from that one little district alone. And we know that culturally, because of the stigma around rape, only the very worst cases actually seek medical treatment. There are more than 18 cases every day just from that zone. So the conflict-related sexual violence has been described as genocidal in nature in Tigray, and several experts have suggested we might actually consider it as the hallmark of the Tigray genocide. Numerous survivors report being told, a Tigrayan womb should never give birth. Your womb is our enemy. Soldiers said that they were there to cleanse the bloodline. There was intentional transmission of HIV. There are numerous reports that describe the high incidence of multi-perpetrator rapes, gang rapes, committed by Eritrean troops in Amhara Fano. Many women and girls had foreign objects inserted in their bodies like nails, broken glass, sand, nail clippers, paper with genocidal messages written on them. There are many cases of sexual slavery where women and girls were held for days, weeks, months. Even in some cases we found they were held for 2 years and endured daily assaults. There are numerous stories of women being raped in front of family members, including their parents or their children, or being told it's either you or your child, you decide, and then sometimes both were raped anyway. Family members being forced to watch as someone was raped was reported throughout the state. There are also forced rape among family members. Family members who resisted these heinous acts were often executed on the spot, and in rare cases subjected to torture or mutilation of their limbs. The primary purpose behind these atrocities was to inflict lasting humiliation and a breakdown of family bonds, hindering normal social life, and causing a form of social death. There's a heroic survival story of a teenage girl named Mona Lisa from Tembien. I don't have time to tell you the story of her and her grandfather, but she ended up losing an arm. And her grandfather was also, I think his limb was damaged due to bullet injuries, but their resistance and the survival story has become a symbol of the unbreakable will for freedom and dignity of the Tigrayan people. Survivors suffer significant physical and mental health complications. Physical trauma such as continued bleeding, back pain, immobility, fistula, sleep deprivation, anxiety, and emotional distress are common among survivors and family members who witness the violence. Children as young as 4 years old were targeted, and I will not go into details, but the lack of adequate support for the children and the women is a major problem. Even to experts who study sexual gender-based violence, conflict-related sexual violence all day, the scale and nature of the crime in Tigray is staggering. It's clearly not only intended to inflict individual harm, but to threaten the very existence of the Tigrayan people. So in conclusion, let me say, Tigray was a system failure. The situation in Tigray is a humanitarian disaster, particularly for its children. But to conclude, let me say, Declan Walsh from the New York Times said in a quote, it's almost impossible to appreciate the scale of the crisis in Tigray. Now, I'm not going to do it justice in 15 minutes, But in June of 2024, the United Nations, in a joint UN interagency report, acknowledged that its response to the crisis in Tigray amounted to a systematic failure. The lead author of the report said he was told in the middle of a 7-month editing process that the word failure appeared too many times in the draft evaluation report. It detailed the government's obstruction of aid, the lack of unity amongst UN agencies, the international community's failure to respond to a large-scale sexual violence. And we are actually seeing similar difficulties operating in a civil war as a response to Sudan right now. I believe that the international community's failure to intervene effectively in Tigray, despite clear signs of genocide, is a stain on our collective conscience. There have been severe consequences. Our failure to protect Tigrayans from acts of genocide was and is a failure also to protect Tigrayan children. They deserve our attention and care. They deserve justice. Justice is essential, we know, for lasting peace. It's essential that we acknowledge the ongoing crisis in Tigray today and commit to more effective interventions. Further evaluation, better coordination, more robust supports are needed to address the immediate and long-term consequences. And I urge everyone here to consider advocating for the protection and education and well-being of the children of Tigray. Push for accountability, international action to prevent further neglect. The scale of need is enormous. Let us all stop failing them. We cannot afford to look away. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, John, for your speech. It was amazing and so inspiring. Now we can go through with our second speaker, Abdulaziz Danish. He is an Afghan scholar specialized in international law. He earned a doctorate in international law in 2013 and has been a professor at Cape University, Faculty of Law and Political Sciences since then. His master's thesis focused on child labor rights, and for 9 years he taught child rights to law students. He co-authored a comparative human rights textbook aligned with Afghanistan's new higher education curriculum, published with Asia Foundation support in 2020. From 2015 to August 2021, he served as Director of Graduate Studies at Caleb University and represented private universities in Postgraduate Commission of Afghanistan's Ministry of Higher Education in 2020. Well, he also collaborated with organizations such as the Max Planck Institute, Hamid Barmaki, and the Swedish Committee for Afghanistan on training programs for international law, human rights, and UNSC resolution. After Kabul's fall in 2021, he joined the Ergo research program at the University of Parma, Italy. Today, he will speak about the situation of the children in Afghanistan under the control of the Taliban, focusing on the situation of Hazara children.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. My topic is the situation of the children in Afghanistan, focusing on situation of the
Can you share the screen? Okay, perfect. Yes, sorry, you can. It's there.
Thank you. Sorry. According to international children rights instruments, the best interest of the children should be primary concern. But the children in Afghanistan are currently in worse situation. Since arrival of the Taliban, children's rights have been widely and systematically violated. In addition to the general challenges that all children suffer from, Hazara children are subject to severe human rights violations. Discrimination and humiliation because of their ethnicity. Hazara children are systematically attacked and massacred and killed in school and educational center and even maternity hospitals. Hazara children, especially girls, are now victims of forced displacement and forced disappearance, abduction, forced marriage, slavery, and mysterious killing and poverty and hunger. As you know, when we speak about the children's rights, one question is, who is the child? In international, as you know, a child means every human being below the age of 18, but in the right and the law of Afghanistan, it is higher than this, because in the law of Afghanistan, a child is a person who has not completed the 18 years. As you see, this is the exactly 1 year longer than the measure of the international law. In the international law, below the 18, but in the Afghanistan law is completed to 18 years with the 12 months. So, and the children's rights in Afghanistan and the rules applicable about the children in Afghanistan. As you know, Afghanistan is the member of some treaties and conventions that about the children's rights, as you see in the table. That is all the convention and treaties about the children's rights, but Afghanistan is member of them. Especially Convention on the Child on 1989. It is important for all children in the world, but Afghanistan is a member of this convention. And another issue is the law applicable for the children in Afghanistan is the law of Afghanistan. As you see in this table, there are some rules that ratified from a government in Afghanistan about 20 years before the arrival of the Taliban, and this was important for all children and the protection of the right of children in Afghanistan. Especially the last one is very important, child rights protection law, because they ratified to below the children's rights in international. Another issue is the situation of the children in the Taliban ruled in Afghanistan. As you know, when the Taliban arrived to the government in Afghanistan, the situation of the children in Afghanistan was too hard. Exactly as the reporter of the United Nations said, and another institution said about the Afghanistan, it is a hell in the earth. the situation of children in Afghanistan. As you know, in the arrival of the Taliban in Afghanistan, the cancellation of a special law related to the children by the Taliban as the first step after returning to the power on August 15, 2021. Because when arrived in the Kabul, they all the rule and the law about the children, they are not the Taliban not accepted, and they said it is about human rights. Human rights is infidel. We are Muslim, and rejected all of the rule before accepted about the children. As a result, now the children in Afghanistan live in complete darkness and legal vacuum, and they are fed in the arbitrary will and the ruling terrorist group. Why I said the terrorist group? Because you know, in the sanction of the United Nations, especially the resolution of the Security Council, the Taliban is until now the leader of the Taliban sanctioned by the resolution of the Security Council. They said they are terrorists, not council, because in the resolution 1988, about 50% of the senior leader of the Taliban is sanctioned, and their name is in the list. They said they are all terrorists. So they are in the government in Afghanistan. As you see in this picture, this is really killed with the bomb attack and explosion in Kabul. All of the children as killed about in this picture, as you see, about half of them children. So Afghanistan is the deadliest place on the earth for the children. This is the base of the report of the Secretary General of the United Nations as the below the address and the reference of this text. Because the United Nations Secretary General said he didn't see the place of the deadliest for the children in the whole world as a deepest and longest and the widespread killing to the children in Afghanistan. So, and the report of the George W. Bush Institute, they said the situation of the children in Afghanistan is really in the a hell on the earth. Committing gender-based crime against women and girls. As you know, the Taliban is believe the woman and the girl as is not have any right to go to the education center, and they are not recognized the right of the children as girl to go to the schools and the university. So they banned all of the centers and the schools and the university for the children, for the girls and women. So in accordance with the report of the Amnesty International and the reporter of the Human Rights Council, the crime of a gender persecution, femicide, and the gender apartheid as a crime against humanity is committed by the Taliban in Afghanistan. For example, the Human Rights Council stated in its report dated May 30, 2024, that in addition that the Taliban committing gender apartheid against the women and the girls, the Taliban, including senior members, have also committed crime against women and girls, including gender persecution, murder, forced disappearance, torture, rape, and other facts, sexual violence, enslavement, and other human acts. Depriving girls the right to education. Afghanistan under the Taliban rules is currently the only place, I emphasize, the only place in the world that the girls' education is prohibited. Islamic scholars, activities, and leadership and other Muslim majority countries agree that the gender exclusion in education is not justified. But Taliban not believe this. Hunger and poverty, cultural poverty, it is one of the factors that violate children's rights in Afghanistan. Children in Afghanistan, especially in the tribal areas, have suffered a lot of the poverty of many basic rights, children, according to the tribal culture. I emphasize the tribal culture because the tribal culture is one of the enemies of the right of the children in Afghanistan, because the parents and the society not believe the right of the children as the right to the law of Afghanistan and the convention of international law. So another factor, economic poverty. As you see, the Afghanistan under the Taliban is the harsh situation in economic issue. And as you see in the table, this is the report of some institute and organization that said the hunger and poverty is the big issue in Afghanistan that suffered not only the adult, but suffered especially children from this issue, because the poverty and the hunger is so widely, and all children in Afghanistan, about 95% of the children is hunger now in Afghanistan, because all the helping the community, international community to the Afghanistan, they go to the package of the Taliban, not received any children or families from these helping, international helping. So, as you see, the children analyzed about the child hunger in Afghanistan. About 7.80 million children in Afghanistan hunger in Afghanistan now. Especially matter for my speech is the dire situation of the Hazara children. It is important for us because the hardest situation of the Hazara children in Afghanistan, as the reporter of the United Nations and another institution said that the Hazara children is the worst situation in Afghanistan. So, the dire situation of Hazara children are silent victims who face double discrimination and gross and widespread violation of Afghanistan. Three of them most important are: One, violation of the right of life, violation of the right of the freedom from discrimination, violated of the right to education. Number one, violation of the rights of the life. Hazara are the victim of the big genocide. So, the right of the life is still fundamental issue for the Hazara ethnic group. They were victim of the big genocide in the that is still going. No crime is greater than genocide against the right of the life of human group. In the 1890s, the Hazaras were subjected to the big genocide by the government of Amir Abdul Rahman, and more than 62% of the Hazara population was killed. The Hazara ethnic identity has been criminalized and dehumanized. This crime continues today. The Taliban atrocities in Mazar Sharif in 1998 were more brutal than the atrocities that occurred in the Srebrenica in 1995. In Srebrenica, only men were targeted, and the ICTY declared that it is a genocide. But in the Mazar Sharif, in August 1998 was a brutal genocide when the Taliban commander said that Mullah Omar had given them 2 hours to kill the Hazara, but they did for 2 days. William Milley quoted the Human Rights Watch, said that the massacre of the Hazara in Mazar Sharif were committed by the Mullah Niazi, fundamental Pashtun chauvinist who incited his troops to fight and killing with a fiery speech from the loudspeaker calling the Hazara and Shia Muslim infidel. Niazi in act reminds the Mengele and Auschwitz personally as supervised the selection the prisoners for the transporting to the containers. The Hazara people continue to suffer from what it is defined as a genocide under 1982 Genocide Convention and ICC statute. There is a strong evidence that the intent and action behind these atrocities aligned with the criteria of the genocide outlined in international law. I said because the William Milley especially said that is the more brutal and the killing of the Hazara for about the ethnicity reason. As you see this picture, the bomb explosion in the mosque in the Kabul against the Hazara population. And this is the, he is the Gregory Stanton, and you know, he is the famous researcher about the genocide in the world, and he said the Hazara genocide is the biggest genocide in the world, and as we can hear a half minute his speech.
Hazara have been victims of genocide for at least a century. One of the rulers of Afghanistan who consolidated Afghanistan, in fact, carried out a genocide of Hazaras that killed over half of the Hazara population of Hazaras in the 1890s. And that genocide has continued. Hazaras have been excluded from citizenship in Afghanistan, not permitted to hold government jobs.
Okay. And as you see in this picture, the Hazara children killed at the birth. the brutal killing of newborn babies and mothers during the childbirth at the maternity hospital. This hospital located in Kabul, Dasht Barchi. As you see, the gunman attacked in this hospital and killed mothers and babies was born 1 hour. And maybe some mothers killed. The reporter said 3 mothers was in the meantime to born their baby, but killed that in that time. It is very tragic. And another picture, as you see, it is the center that the children of Hazara is killed. More than 50 girls and boys in this center, and the terrorist attack in Kabul. As you see in the table, in the last 50 years, you see that killed many girls and boys of Hazara ethnicity in Kabul for the, attacking the terrorists and another group. We didn't know who is he because the government said we didn't attack, and the Taliban said not my group attacked, and another refused. So we didn't who is enemy. And as you see in this picture, this is the attack on the Sayyid al-Shuhada school girl, and the one class, about maybe 50% or all of them killed. And this book is the one of the student. As you see, the bomb explosion take the whole, and the student was killed. As you see this, this is one class. As you see, the Center of Education in the Dasht Barchi of Kabul. And another picture under this is this class, as you see. When gunman attacked, the first shooting with gun, when finished the gun and with explosion, the bomb killed all of them. As you see, killed 54 person killed, and 113 person was injured in the city. As if you allowed, and excuse me, can I? This class. This was about 50 minutes before killing. So it is very tragic. And another issue, violation the right of freedom for the discrimination. As you see, this table is the government documents, that Hazara is the high score of the number, but rejected. But another ethnicity is very low score. They want to go and enter and allowed to go to the university. In this time, before the Taliban arrived time, is two discrimination about the Hazara children to go into entering the university and an institute. So this is the, as you see, this picture is the Hazara girl student in the Jaguri. As you know, the Jaguri is the place of the Hazara in the southern in Hazaristan. So the Hazara really love the education, but now all of them forbidden to go to school. All of them not allowed to go to school because they said you are girl, you're not allowed to go to a university, to school, to another education center. And they protested and said, we are human, we are the right to education. Why you didn't allow me to go to school and allow to university? But as you know, the Taliban banned the all children, girl children to go to school, but the Hazara is especially suffered. Why? Because the Hazara is really love the education. When we banned the school, all of the girl children has suffered from psychological trauma. Because as you know, all of them, all the time to be in house, not allowed to going out, not allowed to going to the society and share and going to some festival. It is very hard situation for all of the girl of Hazara, because the Hazara is in a culture empathy with the value of international law, as like as democracy, as like as human rights, not with as like as another ethnicity that their culture is banned the girl and saying to should be to the home and not going to the society. The society, when you go, this is the bad things. This is the against of your belief, against of your Islam, against of your religion. But Hazara not said that, because they said you are human, girl and boy, and you should share your culture and your society, and you should be free. You should you have the right to education, and you allowed to enter the university and to share all the issue of the society. So, and thank you for your presence and attention. As you see, this is the culture and dress of the girl of Hazara. Thank you. Excuse me, because my native language is Persian, but my English is very bad and very little.
Thank you, Mr. Danish, for your speech. It was really beautiful and heartbreaking. As the final speaker of the first session, Alismaki, I think this is the pronunciation right, will be with us as online. He was an investigator in international crimes by training, including crimes committed against children, former project manager at Yazidi Global Organization, and a coordinator at Civil Society Initiative at International Commission on Missing Persons, Iraq office, and later UNITAD. Currently, he is a master's student at International Institute of Social Studies, majoring in human rights, gender and conflict studies. And today he will speak about the violated rights of Yazidi children in the aftermath of the genocide in Iraq. We have a technical issue with our speaker right now. We can go for the Q&A session now. And if you have any question, you can just simply raise your hands and ask. Yeah. Birisi mikrofonu götürebilir mi?
My name is Kemal. I was judge in my land, Turkey. I want to ask a question, Mr. Abdulaziz. First of all, I want to thank you for that nice speech, and your pronunciation is very good. I can better understand than the others because our problem is gleich, it's same. First of all, my questions, who do you know who make these attacks on the girls? Did the police investigation or the Hazara people has been a camera, or why they kill these girls? Thank you.
Thank you. I believe after the big genocide of the Hazara, Hazara was dehumanized. And all ethnicity believe that the enemy is a crime, the Hazara is a crime. Our ethnicity in Afghanistan is a crime. All person thinks they had the right to kill every Hazara. For example, the one man in the before this an old man, he said, I go to the Hajj and I do every week for the person who need, and kill about 7 Hazara. I believe I go to the Behisht, Jannah. I believe I go to Behisht, to Jannah. Why? Because this all work is a good job and a good work I do. And until now, in the Germany, we live in a Heim. Another ethnicity is my neighbor. My daughter is 7 years old, the first class. One day, he said he is about 45 years old. Hi, Hazare Badak. Hazare Badak means in English not good and enemy, as this. About 7 years old. His mother said, why you say about the 7 years old girls these bad things? He said, you are Hazara. It is the reason. In the Germany, in this time. Why? Because the Hazara is in Afghanistan, gleich to crime, to be a crime. And all person had the right to kill the Hazara. So when a passenger of Hazara moved from Hazaristan to out of Afghanistan, all the another ethnicity had the right to take their money, to take their things, and even to kill, but not an action, take action the government about this action, this crime, these things. So the Afghanistan, the Hazara is, as I said, the hard situation, the crime, and you don't believe because you are not Hazara.
Is there any quote or is there any quote about it, or is it fatwa?
Yeah. Until now, the religion man, the fatwa is the Hazara is kafir and you can kill.
Coming from who or where this fatwa?
This fatwa is from mullah, religion man, as like as a Pashtun religion man. They said Hazara is infidel. You can kill. This is cast to go to the Jannah.
I have a question too. I'm Nazlı, first of all. I'm a law student at the University of Hamburg. First of all, I want to thank you for your powerful presentation. So, your detailed analysis clearly shows the humanitarian, legal, and political aspects of this issue. And I took some notes of my question during your presentation. That's why I should read it. So, in your presentation, you explained that the solution to the human rights violation against children, especially Hazara children, is to establish a non-ideological political system that respects human rights and dignity. And I found this solution very logical and important, actually. But what legal or diplomatic tools can the international community use to support this process? It's my first question. For example, what specific steps should institutions like the United Nations or international courts take?
Thank you.
Thank you too.
As you know, before the entering the USSR in Afghanistan, the Hazara haven't any voice, and they are disappeared from society of Afghanistan. After this, when the jihad began, the Hazara region was free, and the Hazara make and built for him schools and university. Before this, no. And some person go out, as like the Pakistan, Iran, and Europe, America, Australia, and they say to that country, that government, we are Hazara, and we are in the hard discrimination in Afghanistan. And we are the victims of the genocide. But all country didn't know. Why? Because in the Mazar Sharif, when I said the Hazara genocide by the Taliban, we haven't any picture. Why? Because the Taliban around the city, they handling the captured gun, Hazara, and documents. Censor. all documents. So we haven't any picture from this tragic genocide. Why? For this reason. And until now, you believe that all the helping international community go to Afghanistan, all the Hazara families not received any dollar from this helping because of the ethnicity. All of them for the another ethnicity. Before the Taliban too, when about 40 countries in Afghanistan, they are soldiers, they are specialists, they are government to go to Afghanistan. At that time too, because the report of international community, as the United Nations said, the Pashtun Peruvians and another Peruvians that not Hazara, they received the whole associating and the helping of the community, but the Hazara no. And I don't understand why the international community helping the Taliban to prison and attack the Hazara and another population. I don't understand.
Hi, my name is Serif Aydin. I'm Executive Director of Northern Justice Watch from Canada, and I would like to thank you and Ms. Joanne. So your dedication is very, very important. I have a quick question. Actually, the question is not mine. I face with this question by the vulnerable communities. We work with the Hazaras community, with Yazidis, Ukraine, Uyghur, and all others. So a couple months ago, I was at the camp in North Iraq, at the Hawk. They asked me the same question, and also the same question by Hazaras children and family. They said, why us? Why us? So it's a very simple question, but I haven't found any answer. So I would like to ask you, I don't know if it's John is here now, same question for Tigrayan and Hazaras community. So why Hazaras?
As you know, in the 1890s, and the end of the 19th century, when Amir Abdurrahman goes in the rule of Afghanistan, the Hazara and the government were fighting. Maybe I don't understand what is the base of this fighting, but for 3 or 4 years fight continue, and against the Hazara fighting and issued the fatwa that they are kafir and all ethnicities shared to kill the Hazara. About 62% of the population of the Hazara were killed. Remained less than 40%. But 40% remaining of the Hazara were surrounded in Afghanistan and not allowed to go out, not allowed to share the government, not allowed to act as a businessman, and not allowed to go to university and improve their education. So the Hazara haven't any voice, any help from another country. So after the 1 century, we are going to the Germany, and some person go to their Canada and speak about this matter. As you know, the Canada said in the reporter said that the Parliament of the Canada said the Hazara is in the discrimination and they are the suffering from genocide. And as you see, the John Gregory Stanton believed that more than half population of the Hazara killed in this genocide. I studied about Rwanda and Yugoslavia and ICC and the Cambodge genocide and the Yazidi genocide and another genocide, but I believe all of them stopped. But the genocide of Hazara not stopped until now. It is the hardest genocide. It is the continuously genocide in the world, because the end of the century of 19 until now, it is very, very a lot of time. You don't believe when the Taliban arrived in the first time, all of the Hazara people surrounded. I believe the neighbor family, I know it, when we surrounded and not received any food from another country or another neighbors, but their children was died for the hunger. And the fathers and mothers take them a food with zahr. Zahr, do you know zahr? Flour. Poison, maybe poison, to end their life. Not died continuously. And they're going out from home. Why? Because they see their child is died from hunger slowly. It's very bad. And they had the food, meat, poison to die. At this time. No, I said for you a history. Until now. Exactly in this time. Okay.
Hello. Oh. I'm still here. I don't know if you can still hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you, John.
Okay.
There was a question for Mr. Danish, but the question was also for you as well. And can you repeat your question for John?
Johan, have you heard my question, or do you want me to repeat it?
I think she can't hear you.
Sure. Hi, Johan, have you heard my question, or do you want me to repeat it?
Yeah, the question was essentially why us, right? Like why are we being targeted?
Yep.
Yeah, I think I took your question in like a philosophical kind of way. I mean, with Tigray in particular, there are specific things. Of course, there's a long-standing vendetta against the community from the Eritreans. There are very specific sort of like a recipe that has led to this current situation in Tigray. And unfortunately, it's not even their first experience with genocide or genocidal acts against them. Certainly, historically, Ethiopia is an imperial state, and there have been many conflicts for a long time. But when I think about the kids that you're talking about in the camp asking why us, it's such a difficult question to answer, isn't it? I mean, with genocide, I think of it's often committed due to a combination of ideological, political, social motivations that are rooted in specific, dynamics. We always have dehumanization. Perpetrators see targeted groups as the other or less than human, and that mindset allows moral justifications for their actions to them. Victims are perceived as obstacles, there's power and control often in genocide. It's used as a tool for consolidating or maintaining power, or and fear and scapegoating. There's a dominant group can view the targeted group as a threat to its survival, or its culture, or its values, and then they often have some sense of some sort of philosophical justification, throughout history. Somehow it's necessary for these perpetrators. Genocide is, ultimately it's driven by a mix of distorted beliefs and societal fractures, and it's a manipulation of fear and hatred. And there's no adequate answer for why that it would be satisfactory for a survivor. I think it's incredibly difficult, these experiences.
Thank you, Joan. We managed to connect with the last speaker, so we can have him on the screen if it's possible. I'm just gonna read through his biography again to memorize. Well, Alice Maki was an investigator in international crimes by training, including crimes committed against children. He was former project manager at Yazidi Global Organization and a coordinator at Civil Society Initiative at International Commission on Missing Persons Iraq office, and later UNITAD. Currently, he is a master's student at International Institute of Social Studies, majoring in human rights, gender, and conflict studies. And today, he will be speaking about the violated rights of Yazidi children in the aftermath of the genocide in Iraq.
Hello, good afternoon. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Amazing.
You can proceed with your speech, Ali. Thank you.
I don't intend to screen my speech, right?
Sorry?
I didn't prepare a slide, but I was told.
No, it's all right. It's all right. You can just
Okay.
speak. Thank you.
Amazing. Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Alice Moti, and I'm from Iraq, from the Sinjar region. Back then, I was a student. I was studying English literature. It was my vacation in the summer. I visited my family from the KRI, from the Iraqi Kurdistan to my family in Sinjar, basically a distributed area back then in 2014. The road between when I moved from KRI from the Kurdistan region to the Iraqi region, the Iraqi army had already withdrawn from the region. I took the road between Zaho and Nainawa, and I could see the flags of ISIS. It was in June 2014. 2 months later, after they took over Mosul, and then Tel Afar, and then all the surrounding areas around Sinjar, ISIS attacked Sinjar on the 3rd of August 2014, the Yazidi community in Sinjar. In its reports, although I worked for 9 years, but I will use some sources in order to refer to my words. In in its report of 2021, the UN Security Council and UNITAS suggest that the crimes that were committed by ISIS during their attack on Yazidis, they amounted to genocide. There are many aspects of genocide. One of them, it was like the forced displacement of the Yazidi children, and then later on, the Yazidi community at the beginning, they adapted with a lot of those issues at the beginning, but later it came out also the children that were born out of rape, and this is one of the biggest struggles for the Iraqi authorities, even for the international organizations and for the community itself. But our focus will be with the Yazidis who were captured and they were minors during the Daesh attack. Over 1,300 Yazidi children are still missing. 2,000 of them have been rescued since 2014 up to now. Those who are still missing, we know their fate. We know that either they are killed or they were already when ISIS was taking children, they would take them first into indoctrination camps, institutes, when they would teach them the ISIS ideology, and then they would take them to the training campus where they would become suicide bombers or they would become ISIS fighters. But however, some of those, they were rescued and they came back. But when they were back, they would come back to IDP camps. They would come back to a community that is already shattered. They did not have the means to rehabilitate or to reconnect and reintegrate into the community. And even the community itself needed rehabilitation. They were living in IDP camps. ISIS, they, or referred to in Arabic as Daesh, they targeted Yazidi children and they had a specific agenda for them, and they included them in its propaganda, and they didn't hide it. They published videos of Yazidis who were used in suicide bombers against the security forces in Mosul. But all of this, it's not a state. We cannot go and bring ISIS, and we can, but less is done in that direction. But the blame is on the state, because it's a terrorist organization. Well, it operated more than a state. In some ways, it operated better than the Iraqi state, for example, or Syrian state. They had like firm rules and regulations about everything. But those who survived, most of them, they spent at least 2 years, 3 years in the captivity. So when they were back, they could not access education because the Iraqi system has an age limit. So they would come back, they were indoctrinated, they were brainwashed, they lived in IDP camps, and they could not go back to their school, except for those who were relocated in Canada, Germany, France, or Australia, or other countries. I see them, I still talk to them because I worked with them in 2015 and up to 2024. I see the difference. I see when they have a proper life, when there is a healthy environment, when there is an opportunity how they grow up. Most of the people who are relocated, Some of them, they are in college now. Some of them, they finished like business schools. All of them, they are working, they are supporting their families. But the ones that are still in Iraq, only like a handful of them, they continued their studies. The rest, they stay home. They cannot go back to school. They live with a shattered family. Some families, they do not have even a place. And the returnees, it's very sad that even the returnees, they do not have a home, because even the environment in Sinjar today is not a healthy environment. It's so far, I see 3 mass graves in Sinjar. Imagine, like, you walk to school, you have to cross a mass grave. It reminds you. This is what they call it, the archaeologists, they call it the environment genocide. So those who were born in the camp and they return to Sinjar, they don't have their memories of Sinjar. It's not their home. And those who were born, their memories was this were interrupted from their home, from their families. Some of the kids in the camp, they don't have terms like window or a door or a room. They don't use those terms because they haven't lived in a room. Those are some of the very basic rights that the UN and all the children organizations they declare. Even a lot of blame at the moment is also on Turkey, because I remember in 2018, I wanted to go to Turkey for a vacation. I issued my visa. I prepared myself, but I heard that there was an airstrike in Sunune district in Sinjar. 2 children were killed in a stationary. So I decided, no, I'm not going. You cannot, like, survivors of a genocide, they don't have a healthy environment. They don't have a safe and secure place. They don't know if they are going to survive the day. The region is militarized. There are more than 17 different military groups operating in Sinjar. Even some of them taking children in their fighting. Still, I don't know, after coming to Europe, I feel sometimes, if we compare it to our countries, it's a fantasy. It's a fantasy that I didn't know that before. I didn't know that the children had a right to clean water and a safe and secure and a secure accommodation. But I'm learning those things, but it's some of the most profound. When I think about it, there are some of the most profound and basic rights for the children which they do not have. How do we expect not only Yazidi children, also the children that were born, that are born in whole camp, that are born in the camp where ISIS families are sieged? I wish that there was that there was something for them. Even like compared to Yazidi children, they are in a worse situation, and I think the government is helping the ideology to spread by cutting off their education, by not helping to integrate them into a healthy environment. I think revenge an outrage. It leads children to become radicals or to have hatred for generations. I think I will stop here, and I would prefer, like, if you have questions, then, because there is so much to talk about it, and I don't want to take all of your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Smoky, for your speech. And now we can have the final questions for all speakers. If you have one, please raise your hands. You can also send the questions like this, as in a written form. That's why we have these cards in your files, actually. So do you have any more questions? No? Okay, I have a question. I just received a question. And it's the situation about Europe. Basically, it asks, how is the situation for the unaccompanied children in Europe? Well, it's not so much different from Germany, actually. We speak about Germany today because I had to narrow down this, the subject to be able to speak about it in 15 minutes. But it's almost same in every other country. And we know that from the Europol has a data which says that there's probably more than 10,000 missing children all over the Europe right now. And these missing children are unaccompanied refugee children. So yeah, it's basically the same, actually. Now we have 30 minutes coffee break. And after 30 minutes, we will be here again for the second session. Second session will be led by the Mr. Serdar Yılmaz, Mr. Serdar Yılmaz. And there's also, as I stated before in the opening, there's also an exhibition which displayed in the venue, so you can also check it out as well. Thank you.
actually. And also, it may have some devastating impacts on children's rights as well. That's why I call the term of dual nature of the Turkish judiciary. During my presentation, I will provide some specific examples to illustrate both the positive and the negative impacts judicial decisions can have on children's rights. And before delving into the matter, I think the comprehension of the Article 3 of the UN Convention on the Rights of Child is extremely important. It clearly stipulates that, as you see on the screen, in all actions concerning children, whether undertaken by public or private social welfare institutions, courts of law, administrative authorities, or legislative bodies, the best interest of the child shall be a primary consideration. And actually, this article refers to actions undertaken by public or private social welfare institutions, courts of law, administrative authorities, or legislative bodies. The judiciary is included. According to this article, it covers, in the first place, physical well-being of the children, ensuring the child's health, safety, and stability, and also their emotional and psychological needs, maintaining and nurturing and supportive environment, and also continuity and stability, avoiding unnecessary disruptions in a child's life, such as changing schools or separating from the family. Family and cultural connections is another area, supporting the child's relationship with family members and their cultural or linguistic heritage. And the last one, child's preferences, depending on the child's age and maturity, their wishes and feelings may be taken into account. And I would like to continue with an example, actually. This image is depicted by ChatGPT in response to my prompt and in response to my example, actually. And this example, I would like all of you to imagine a child care center. That is, a child care center is managed by a reckless director, and he doesn't know, or he is unaware of his responsibilities under national and international law. Due to some insufficiency of the physical security measures, some drug dealers, we call them, gain access to the premises of the child care center and also sold some harmful substances to children. And after the exposure of these events in the mass public media, then the public prosecutor initiates a public inquiry into the matter. And after that, that public inquiry turns into a criminal trial. And also presiding judge at that court, he is very well aware of his role, his judicial role, to protect the rights of children, because he believes in the international system, and also he very well knows the system of Child Rights Convention, and he decided that this recklessness of the director shall be punished, and he should be held accountable for his crimes under national law. And also, eventually, he was sentenced to some criminal time or fine. I don't know what is written in the relevant law of the penal code. And after that, the judge and the prosecutor performed their conventional and constitutional role. And that is the most important point here. They did their job, and beyond delivering justice on that specific case, they sent a clear message to all principal or directors of child care centers. You have to be aware of the rights of children, because you have some procedural and you have some substantive obligations under national and international law. And you have to be aware of that. You have an important function, because the judiciary, as one of the three main and fundamental pillars of the state, judiciary has a potential and an extremely important, essential role to uphold the rule of law and the children's rights. And also, the judges and prosecutors has a potential, has a power, because they are specifically empowered by the Constitution to uphold the principle of rule of law and the best interest of the children. And that they enable to stop the ongoing abuses, and also they may even have chance to prevent the occurrence, prevent the human rights violations from occurring in the first place as well. And that is extremely important. And also, I would like to continue with another example. And this also depicts the role of the judiciary as well. And this represents the negative impact of the judiciary. And right now, imagine a different scenario, imagine a different story. You are a mother, and you are married, and you have 2 children. One of them aged just 1, or newborn baby, or the other one aged 6. And you have a very fulfilling family and social life. You are very happy with your husband, with your social environment, and also you're enjoying your life simply. And an event occurs in the country, a tragic event. And in that event, actually, shakes their life, their stable and fulfilling life. And this event, leaving hundreds deaths and many more injured. In the tragic event, in the aftermath, the president of the country immediately accuses a specific social group of orchestrating these events, despite no concrete evidence. And following this, the chief public prosecution offices initiated criminal inquiries for thousands of people. They are just alleging that you are affiliated with that social movement, then you are a terrorist. And the police came to their premises, to their home, to conduct search and seizure. Their personal properties have been taken away from them, and they were also taken into police custody. And after 10 days in detention, the prosecutor, the public prosecutor, conducted an interview with the mother. And also, she was transferred to a magistrate judge. And after that inquiry as well, she was taken into pre-trial detention. She was arrested by that judge. She was spending her time in prison, but after that, especially the mother is consumed with thoughts of her children all the time, and particularly her infant, who still relies on her breastfeeding and intense care. Faced with the impossible reality of separation, she decides to bring her baby to the prison, recognizing that this is the harmful option for her child, given the circumstances, even though the present environment is far from suitable for a baby. And in this action, actually, we see the actions of at least one public prosecutor and one judge. But they decide on the fate of small children and their mothers and fathers, but in a negative impact and negative way. Under international law and under national law, pretrial detention, according to international standards, is an exceptional and temporary measures subject to strict conditions. Yet these authorities, judges and prosecutors in Turkey, opt to detain 2 individuals on politically motivated accusations, disregarding the well-being, safety, and best interests of their children. And this decision not only causes irreparable harm to their family, but also sets a dangerous legal precedent, because it encourages other public prosecutors and judges to take the same path towards the children. Because if it is possible to detain children with mothers, then it is okay for me as well. The other judge and the other prosecutors may say the same thing and sets a legal, not legal, maybe legal, but it's very dangerous, a precedent, a path to be resulted in the detention of so many children. And this failure, judiciary's this failure to prioritize the best interests of the children undermines both the rule of law and the protections afforded under international conventions. And let me come to the part of analysis of the Turkish judiciary. According to the latest figures, there are still 759 children in prisons between the age of 0 and 6. And these numbers are devastating. And another study which was conducted in 2022, published in the Journal of Society and Social Work, revealed that children aged 0 to 6 residing with their incarcerated mothers in Turkish prisons experienced traumatic physical and social conditions. The study emphasized the necessity of urgently addressing these conditions and conducting comprehensive individual assessments for each child, taking into account their best interests. And also, as you see on the screen, pretrial detention intended as a provisional and last resort measure is frequently misused in Turkey, where judges and prosecutors often wield their power indiscriminately, ordering detention without substantial evidence. And despite the repeated calls and efforts at national and international level, reports indicate this path continues in Turkey. I would like to show you also these images. As you see on the screen, that is Rüveyda, who was 2.5 years old just when her father went to prison, is now 4.5 years old, and whose mother is also in prison and could not stand being separated from her parents any longer. And she said to her mother and father in her last 2 open meetings, "I want to stay with you." And Rüveyda is now in Edirne Altay prison with her mother, Sevilay Elbayrak. And the other striking example, as you all see on the screen, art teacher Mine Işıktaş, whose 2 children aged 6 and 7 were left motherless outside. And she is now in Edirne Altay prison with her 17-month-old baby, Aylis. And the other example, Zülal, was in prison for 7 months with her mother, Hilal Uysal, when she was little. Hilal Uysal was arrested again in 2021. Zülal, who was in prison with her mother, is now free, but now she is motherless. And also, I would like to continue with other striking issue, the detained children on political grounds. And this is another deeply concerning issue, actually. And the United Nations Committee on the Rights of Child highlighted this matter in its concluding observations on Turkey, noting that children's rights have been systematically violated under the pretext of combating terrorism. The committee called on Turkey to refrain from using anti-terrorism laws to suppress the rights of freedom of expression and freedom of assembly. Furthermore, it strongly condemned the arrest, detention, and conviction of children on terrorism charges as well, emphasizing the need to uphold international human rights standards. And allow me to provide the following examples to illustrate how judicial authority is misused to suppress children's rights. And this is another striking example, underage girls case. In a 2024 case in Turkey, underage girls were labeled as children into drug crime and prosecuted under anti-terror laws. And their routine activities such as going to cinemas, shopping malls, or ordering food were criminalized as evidence of terror activity. The fabricated evidence and subjective interpretations prepared by the authorities formed the basis of indictments targeting families and young girls. Many minors were subjected to hostile interrogations under oppressive conditions. For example, during the initial hearing, they were questioned about the personal practices like praying or reading religious texts at home. And also they attended the broadcasting of Ömer Faruk Gergerlioğlu, who is a member of parliament in Turkish National Grand Assembly. And they said the exact words. Zülal and Zümra were arrested 5 in the morning and taken to the Üsküdar Police Department, where they were detained for 16 hours. The reasons for their decisions detained were not explained. They have not been allowed to meet with their lawyers or families. No defense lawyer has been appointed. Their testimony lasted about 3 hours. Then the police used convincingly expressions such as, "You are a coward, you lie. They are going to make you vomit blood inside." And they tell these discriminatory remarks to underage children. There were 13 children in the detention center. The children were not allowed to walk, to talk to each other, to sit next to each other, to hug each other. And eventually, after that, her mother and sister were also arrested on the same day. We don't know what was asked during the interrogation, she said, but at the end of the show, it's like a theater, Zuhal asked, since when is it a crime to study, to get together and do math and physics? Was it a crime in your time to pray? And ordinary acts simply were interrogated as if they were crimes. And also another striking example comes from the state television agency, TRT, with racist remarks as well. And they label these incidents as a reconstruction of a terrorist organizations in the eyes of Turkish judiciary. The state television aired these photos and these students, alleging they were rebuilding or reconstructing their terrorist organizations. And they used extremely and overtly, clearly hateful language towards a specific group, accompanied by unjustified, discriminatory, and stigmatizing remarks. FETÖ's organizational meetings, they say, that is TRT, organizational meetings were going to continue in the new academic year, but the police took action upon the prosecutor's order. 40 suspects were caught in 2 separate operations conducted in 7 provinces. 5 people became informants. 12 of the 19 people referred to court by the prosecutor's office were arrested. And their families are largely FETÖ's members. And this photo, the second photo, here is the organization's Beşiktaş meeting. During this time, organization managers and students held meetings in homes and open areas. One of the meetings held in open area was held in Beşiktaş Sportsman Park. TRT News also obtained the images of those moments. The students who attended the meetings were under the surveillance of MİT and the police. And I think these images and the all things clearly represents the situation of Turkish judiciary. And as far as I am concerned, I have seen no resolute action, no decisive action to uphold the best interest of the child or the rights of children at any level of the judiciary, including high courts, the constitutional court, the cassation of court, or the first instance court, or the office of public prosecution. Thank you for listening to my presentation and for your attention. We continue with the speech of Salome Tiseretelli. I have the pleasure to introduce herself to you briefly. She was born in Tbilisi, Georgia in 1998. She holds a Bachelor of Law degree from the Tbilisi State University. She was an active member of the LAPL Children and Youth National Center in Georgia, where she contributed to various youth initiatives and participated in the organization of significant national and international forums. These included the Internet Governance Forum, the Youth Development Congress, and the WETS School Olympics. Additionally, she provided legal guidance and consultations to individuals. Salome recently completed a Master of Law at the University of Cologne, focusing her thesis on Datenals and Gelte, data as the currency. She is now pursuing career in Germany. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. And at first, I want to thank you for this helpful information. I appreciate that I can also share my story from Georgia. And all the stories that we hear today is so heartbreaking, I want to say. So, I would like you to imagine a scene 20 years ago in a Georgian hospital where mother gives birth only to be told that baby couldn't survive. And years later, she discovers that her baby didn't survive, but was stolen and sold. And this is reality for more than 10,000 families in Georgia. And that was discovered by one woman's relentless search for her biological parents. The woman is a Georgian journalist who created community on Facebook with the name of Edzeb, which means I'm searching for. And this community is full of members, 270,000 people. And they are sharing their stories, that they are searching for family members. And journalists discovered that in Georgia, that was plagued by baby markets, black market of baby trafficking, and which continued for years, for decades. And until now, a lot of people are searching for their loved ones, even 20 years later. So this human violation continued, as I said, for decades until 2005. And because of the lack of legal legislation and regulation and transparency, it was impossible to help those people. And while progress has made, that Georgia has passed anti-trafficking law and also tightened the adaptations, there are still nowadays a lot of families who are searching for their babies, for their children, siblings, parents. And now I want to share one story about this woman, as you see on the picture, that she discovers 20 years later a deception. And this is, here I want to add the one information that in the hospitals when children were burned, parents were told that the children could not survive and they would just keep the baby remains with her because they had graveyards where they will bury just these body parts. And that woman on the picture insisted to take this baby body remains. And because the journalist that I also mentioned announced that if you are a parent and searching and you were told that your baby cannot survive, this is lie and you should continue search for your children. And this woman found out 20 years later that in the caskets there was no body remains but just the full of sticks. And this is proved by police. And the next story that I want to share is about these twins who were separated at birth and sold to different families. And they found out about each other because of familiar appearances. So here I want to add that parents were not actually telling the people, their children, that these children were adopted. There was discommunication. They were hiding about these facts. And these twins found out about each other because of through social media. And BBC World Service has also documented the whole story about this twin and also how they met their mother, who is now living in Germany. And she didn't have any idea that she had children alive because she thought and she was told that these babies were died. Now I want to start from the beginning. Georgia gained its independence in 1991 and started to build closer relationship with Europe and signed the contract between Europe-Georgia Association in 2014. And on 20 September 2019 is the groundbreaking achievement in Georgian legal history because Georgian parliament adopted the Code on the Children's Rights, and that was a first protecting mechanisms for the children's rights, actually. And it defines all the fundamental rights and also aligns the international human rights standards, especially UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. The main goals I want to say in short: to support children's rights, prioritize their best interest, involve them in society, teaching them respect, peace, dignity, tolerance, freedom, and to participate them in the society, to contribute later on in the society as a whole. And now I want to share ongoing challenges and reality nowadays according to 2023 statistics, which was conducted National Statistics Office of Georgia with the support of UNICEF. And here I want to start with the beginning that economic hardship still affects thousands of people in Georgia. Families struggle to just build the environment for the children where children will be supportive with nutrition, with emotional and with every environment suspect. And the first thing that I want to say, and I want to talk from these statistics, is accessibility to quality education at schools. And here I also want to add the information that this statistics was concentrated for the children who are living in rural areas in Georgia. So this is based on 2,500 children's information who come from lower income families. And the first problem that you'll see is in quality education. I want to say that accessibility to education is high, with the 80% almost. The pre-elementary school is obligatory for everyone, and almost 90% of teenagers are going to school. There is no issue about the accessible, but quality education is different. Here I want to mention that basic needs are not having these children. For example, books, materials for the extracurricular activities, and also computers to get the quality education. And here is also very interesting information that parents said that they are satisfied with the educational system, but they are also hiring private tutoring for children. So I want to say that like 5% of every fifth child is getting private tutoring, and also the half of it, every fifth children wants to have it but doesn't get it. So it can be a signal of the educational system is not really meet all the standards. And the next thing that I want to say, and I want to talk the most vulnerable part of society, children with disabilities. Because according to the statistics, only 5% of children have some disorders, functional disorders. And from these, only 10% are identified as a child with disabilities. So even the government are giving social support, they are not seeking for this help also. Because here can be the issue to the awareness of parents. And now I want to talk about nutrition during school hours, because here's also alarming statistics. Only 30% of the children are getting food, and the other 70% are not getting food the whole day during school hours. And I do not want to prove right now like how it is important to stay nutrition at during school hours, to stay energized, to stay focused, and to be participant of these school activities. And here I also want to mention physical and psychological violence. And here I want to say the improvement that we have. In 2018, almost 60% of parents admitted that they were using some behaviors that could be psychological violence for the children to discipline them. But nowadays it has reduced, and 30% of children are subject to psychological aggression and 5% to physical punishment. And here I'm not talking about only these mechanisms from children, from parents, but also educators, teachers, and I think every part of society, every subject of society, subject of society, have to make it into consideration when have this relationship with the children. And now, at last, I want to say that Georgia has improved both economically and socially, and also in the awareness advancing these children's rights in Georgia. And by establishing this legal framework that was not existing before that, and the journey towards the full realization to children's rights is in progress. Thank you for your attention.
We thank you for your beautiful presentation. Thanks a lot. And we will continue with another issue. Hüseyin Demirtaş will be covering breaking the cycle of genocide. And I want to introduce himself to you briefly. Hüseyin Demirtaş was born in 1970 in Turkey. After graduating from the Turkish Naval Academy, he served for 22 years in both national and international military and diplomatic missions. His extensive career included roles in technical and operational fields, spanning diverse cultural geographies from Kuwait and Israel in the Middle East to Romania in the Balkans and Great Britain in the Western Europe. Hüseyin Demirtaş is married with 3 children. He is fluent in English and German and has a beginner-level proficiency in Arabic. In addition to holding UN Military Observer certificate, he has also earned project management certifications, including Prince 2, Scrum Master, Lean Management, and Change Management. Building on his extensive statesmanship experience and multidisciplinary intercultural skills, Hüseyin Demirtaş now focuses on implementing projects in civil society state relations, international peace, human rights, and social integration. His guiding principle is to uphold justice and prevent persecution, even for oppressors. Inspired by Raphael Lemkin's introduction of the concept of genocide into international law, Hüseyin Demirtaş is actively working to have the crimes committed by Erdogan's regime over the past 8 years recognized as acts of genocide under international law. Hüseyin Demirtaş, the floor is yours.
So, I hope I don't need, yeah? So, yeah. Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah. Good. Sorry. So, after so academic guys, I'm not so... can we change it? So I have no academic title, so I'm a very simple person here. I'm just trying to be a real human being. Yeah? So, and in the previous session, we have discussed some terms, and we asked, or the victims, the survivors, are asking, why us? So I will try to deal with such things. I know I'm not an expert, but I will just try to share my experience on these kind of things. So we have gathered here to discuss one of the darkest crimes in history, the crime of genocide. This is not just a speech, it's a call to awaken the conscience of humanity. This presentation is not merely about understanding what genocide is, but also an opportunity to think together about how we can break the cycle of crime. So my presentation will last approximately 20 minutes. Sorry for that, after lunch. And we'll cover the topics listed in the slides. Before I proceed, I would like you to close your eyes for a moment and imagine the following scene. So you are a public official in a rule of law state. A child comes to you, trembling with fear and despair, and saying, they will burn me and my family in an oven. Don't send us back to this regime. Give us asylum, please. How would you respond in such a situation? So, from my experience, the asylum interviews, I see that the following responses. So, there is no death penalty in your country of origin. There is democracy there. Constitutional institutions are functioning. The persecutions you describe are not convincing. There is no evidence. You cannot prove that similar persecutions will be inflicted on you. I have read such answers from asylum institutions. BAMF, for example, IND in the Netherlands. These reactions were shown to this child's family in the Netherlands in 1944. The family was deported and subsequently exterminated in a gas chamber. So my question, did this child have any religious, political, or ideological engagement? No, definitely no. Did this child have conflicts, moral or economic interests against anyone? No. Yet the child was exterminated in a gas chamber. This is exactly what the crime of genocide is. Genocide is a crime that does not seek a cause and effect relationship between the actions or feelings of the targeted person and the oppression inflicted on them. It is an absolute act of annihilation. So, why us is a trap? Because in this context, there is no cause and effect relationship. We are talking about a child. Genocidal regimes do not target the actions of innocent people, but their existence. Genocide is not an accidental human rights violation. It is a system. Often, a group is targeted not for any specific reason, but due to an intent to destroy. Genocidal regimes place those individuals and groups at the center of an annihilation or annihilation plan, preparing extermination lists and carrying out attacks systematically. The Rome Statute uses the term attack instead of violation. Similarly, it refers to deprivation of liberty instead of terms like detention, arrest, or punishment. So when somebody talks about such kind of oppressions with the terms of detention, arrest, this means that person has not understood the spirit of genocidal context. The primary tools of these attacks are discrimination and hate speech. Fascist genocidal regimes provoke national sensitivities in societies with high nationalism and religious feelings, thereby making discrimination and hatred dominant. People are labeled as infidels or traitors. In the previous session, we have heard so many times infidels. This is in the center of genocidal context. In societies with strong religious sentiments, declaring targets as infidels is a critical step to justify attacks against them as reasonable and legitimate. This is not just economical or political oppression, but an assault on the identity and values of individuals. In this atmosphere, citizens targeted for genocide are left defenseless and helpless. Discrimination is a direct attack on human dignity and the principle of equality, undermining the fundamental values of society. Marginalizing an individual or a segment of the population not only violates their rights, but also threatens social harmony, justice, and the culture of coexistence. Such behavior creates irreparable wounds in the conscience of society. For this reason, discrimination is not merely a legal offense, but also a moral defect, a disgrace to humanity that must be fought on all levels. In the context of genocide, hate speech transcends the boundaries of hate crimes and becomes a tool for the crime of genocide. I call this a bullet of genocide. With this genocidal tool, people's reputations, freedoms, lives, and future generations. We are talking about rights of children today. Children means future of generations. And future generations are attacked. In many cases of genocide, we have seen in Hazara case, this tool is wielded by public institutions which are supposed to serve their citizens, but are instead used to attack their own people, innocent people, citizens. For example, in September 2017, Erdogan's regime held a high-level bureaucratic workshop for genocide. The decision made during this workshop was a war to last several generations. There is no cause and effect relation here. War to generations. The principle established was to carry out attacks targeting not only individuals, but also their children. In genocidal regimes, attacks are not in response to a criminal act, but are targeted at an individual's mere existence. Their civil, citizenship, political, and economic rights. These attacks are widespread and systematic. They are not individual attacks. Genocide is not merely a human rights violation. It is a planned crime aimed at destroying a society's identity, culture, and existence. In this context, nobody can discuss a question, why us? We must define our perspective correctly. In public discourse, atrocities are often described by centering the affected civilian population. However, one of the ultimate goals of genocidal regimes is to suppress the will of the remaining population, while annihilating their selected targets. In this context, the chain of operations implemented by genocidal regimes is carried out by exploiting seemingly existing constitutional institutions and mechanisms. And the answer you can remember in the beginning. The state institutions said, you have constitutional institutions, but they are seemingly. There was also constitutional institutions in Nazi era. This process continues uninterruptedly. For example, in Turkish case, it's more than 8 years, and insidiously at various levels of severity. If the victims perceive what they experience as mere rights violations rather than attacks, the systematic structure of genocide professionalizes and continues. Because violation means there is some legal order, a constitutional order, and there are some small violations. It does so mean. Yeah? In genocidal regimes, the common oppressor will constantly target its citizens at varying levels of severity. Therefore, it is crucial to open perceptions and enable victims to express their experiences with accurate terminology. Defining atrocities as attacks rather than violations is vital. We must fight against the crime of genocide and its perpetrators. But why? To answer this question, we can look at the feeding chain of oppressive regimes, the interaction between the oppressors and the oppressed, and the role of society in this process. We must break this feeding chain to disrupt the cycle of genocide. The primary source of nourishment for oppressive regimes is dividing society through hate speech and rhetoric, pitting different segments of the population against one another, and thus fragmenting and suppressing the entire country. In this strategy, genocidal regimes use the full power of the state to attack each segment of society they choose as targets. At this point, the rest of society, in an effort to protect itself from oppression or for pragmatic reasons, often relinquishes its will to the regime. This complicity only fuels the vicious cycle of oppression. In such an environment, the oppressors gain ground, and the monster of oppression eventually turns against the rest of society. Ultimately, this creates a unified oppressor and divided, subdued victims. Without a balancing will that prioritizes justice, breaking this feeding chain is impossible. To prevent this cycle, we must cultivate the will to break the cycle of genocide through programs such as this. The goals of breaking the cycle of genocide are critical. Alongside combating the crime and its perpetrators, we must also achieve the following objectives. Let the oppressors be punished for their tyranny and taste the pain their actions deserve, and be disgraced worldwide. Let the oppressed find relief and hold on to life, because the objective of genocide is to exterminate the people. So let their accumulated anger, rage, and desire for revenge dissipate, because this is another vicious circle. Ensure that today's oppressed do not turn into tomorrow's oppressors and break the vicious cycle of oppression. Ultimately, build a civilization of peace and tranquility, free of anger, free of rage and hatred. This struggle is not just about saving individuals, but securing the future of all humanity. In every word we speak, every text we write, every tweet, interview, debate, and social interaction, we must simultaneously pursue these goals. When brainstorming ways to break the cycle of genocide, many strategies can be developed. For now, I will try to highlight 3 examples. The first one, awakening the survivors. So survivors are free from oppression. We are the survivors. So then we need to awaken. Educate survivors that what they experience is not a simple violation of rights, but an assault, an attack, and that these assaults are prohibited under United Nations conventions. Make it clear that all states are obliged to respond to such attacks. Raising the awareness in victims' minds will boost their motivation to protect themselves and to fight back. Second one is opening perceptions. Support victims in expressing their stories with accurate terminology. When they articulate their suffering using the language of international law, the international community's perception will also be enlightened. The third one, disrupting the regime's balance. Undermine the propaganda of regimes committing genocide, organize awareness campaigns, and establish networks of international solidarity. Institutions such as United Nations, European Court of Human Rights, and other non-governmental organizations, media outlets, bar associations, political organizations, state mechanisms, immigration offices in asylum-seeking countries, for example, local courts, and civil society organizations we engage with which should all be mobilized against the cycle of genocide. In combating genocidal regimes, every segment of society should act in synchronization toward the strategic goal of breaking genocide, punishing perpetrators, and upholding the rule of law. For example, artists should contribute through their art. Academics should act through their work within academic circles. Politicians should address it on political platforms. Activists should act in ways that align with their identity. Bureaucrats should work within state doctrines. Journalists, writers, authors, YouTubers, influencers, researchers, businessmen, and others. Everyone can contribute to this struggle according to their position and skills. At the same time, we should not allow past negative experiences to demoralize or demotivate people. Breaking the cycle of genocide is about saving not only the present, but also the future. The results of this struggle, this fight, may not be visible today, but will be evident tomorrow. This effort is about leaving a peaceful world for future generations. And this is connected to the choices we make today. So, the primary goal of this presentation was to inspire a meaningful change in your behavior, not feelings. Yeah? In your behavior regarding the fight against genocide. Helping victims hold on to life with a sense of justice, free from vengeful feelings, prevents new cycles of oppression. This is the first step toward rebuilding societies on the foundations of peace and justice. We must awaken, raise our voices against oppression, and fight to uphold what is right. People who escape this oppression, especially during asylum applications, should explain to officials, politicians, academics, journalists, human rights organizations, and civil society groups that what they face is not individual rights violations, but a systematic genocide. International mechanisms must be mobilized to prosecute perpetrators of genocide and to protect humanity from such crimes. Raise awareness in your own minds, please, within your families, social circles, and communities. Listen to the victim stories and turn these assaults into documented records. Support victims in making their voices heard. Join international solidarity networks and take action against the regimes committing such crimes. I hope I have been able to explain, to some extent, of course, the depth of the oppression faced by innocent people who have been killed. Unborn babies who were murdered in their mothers' wombs. Women and men subjected to sexual violence. And thousands of innocent deprived of their freedom. Remember, together we can break the cycle of this crime. So, are you ready? Yes. Yeah? Are you in? Yes. Okay, then we will succeed. Thanks a lot for your patience.
Thanks for this great presentation, Hüseyin Demirtaş. And dear participants, allow me to introduce you our next speaker. He will be joining us online par Zoom. Dr. Oktay Bahadır. He's there. I will start introducing him in this time. Oktay Bahadır starting his career in 2006, and Dr. Bahadır initially served as a public prosecutor in Turkey. From 2011 to 2014, he worked as a rapporteur judge in the Human Rights Department of the Ministry of Justice. In 2013, he completed an internship at the European Court of Human Rights and spent approximately a year in the United States for language studies. He earned his doctorate in 2014 with a dissertation on the right to life. For nearly 2 years, he taught human rights courses at the Turkish Justice Academy. He has published numerous articles and authored a book. Currently, he provides legal consulting and advocacy on litigation and individual applications before United Nations mechanisms and the European Court of Human Rights. You hear us, Oktay?
Yes, do you hear me as well?
Sorry? The floor is yours right now. Yeah,
Okay,
we hear you.
thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues and participants. It is a real privilege to address you at this significant symposium, even from afar. I want to start by stating my admiration for the speakers who have preceded me. They have strongly illustrated the real and pressing challenges faced by children in various parts of the world. My contribution today will focus on the international mechanisms aimed to protect the rights of children. I will make a special emphasis on the Committee on the Rights of the Child, namely the CRC. Let me begin with a cornerstone. I mean the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, in short, the UNCRC. It is adopted in 1989. So far, it has been ratified by 196 states. It is the most widely ratified human rights treaty in the history. The only member state of the United Nations that has not ratified the convention is the United States. The UNCRC identifies a wide range of civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights for children. These include survival rights, such as the right to life and access to healthcare, development rights, including the right to education, cultural activities, and access to information. Protection rights, safeguarding children from abuse and exploitation, and participation rights, allowing children to have their voice heard and participate in decisions affecting them. It is not just about recognizing these rights. The UNCRC also imposes some obligations on state parties to act. For example, state parties are required to align their domestic laws with the provisions of the convention. States must ensure that the best interest of the child guide all actions and decisions affecting children. This is clearly regulated under Article 3 of the Convention. States have an obligation to establish effective mechanism that allow for remedy in case where children's rights are violated. The state parties are also required to regularly submit reports to the CRC committee. Let's start talking about the CRC. I mean the Committee on the Rights of Child. The CRC is the body of 18 independent experts. It monitors realization of the Convention. Let me highlight some key functions of the CRC. Firstly, it reviews state reports. As I said earlier, the state parties must submit periodic reports every 5 years for showing how they fulfill their obligations under the Convention. The committee issue concluding observations at the end of each periodic review. It issue a report which include concerns and recommendations to address gap in policy and practice. It provides general comments which interpret specific provisions of the Convention. It also examines individual complaints. This mechanism enables children to seek redress for violations when domestic remedies fail to do so. But unfortunately, this mechanism is only available for state parties that have ratified the optional protocol. The committee's work is essential, of course, but it is not alone in this field. Several other international mechanisms play also vital roles. Well-known UNICEF, for example, work as the practical and operational arm of the United Nations for child welfare. Its mandate in general is to provide the children worldwide. We have also special reporters like the rapporteur on the sale and sexual exploitation of children, investigate systemic violations and raise global awareness. Regional bodies such as the famous European Court of Human Rights, while it doesn't have any special chamber for children, it has developed extensive jurisprudence addressing children's rights. Cases often focus on child asylum seekers, unaccompanied minors, family reunification, and protection from abuse. These mechanisms all together create a powerful framework, but unfortunately, no framework is without challenges. Despite the achievements, serious obstacles remain. For example, economic inequality denies many children basic necessities like education and healthcare. And in some society, traditional practice such as child marriage continue to undermine the child's rights. But much worse, millions of children live in conflict zones, facing the displacement and very serious hardships. Despite all the efforts and reactions from international mechanisms, NGOs, and peoples, as you know, unfortunately, tens of thousands of children were killed in Gaza in front of the eyes of the world, and international mechanisms were able to react strongly only a few days ago. I am, of course, talking about the arrest warrants issued by the International Criminal Court, but it is better than nothing, of course. Even so, these international mechanisms have achieved significant progress. They have helped countries reinforce their legal frameworks, raised awareness about children's rights globally, and improved child protection systems, more or less. But on the other hand, the responsibility does not lie with only these mechanisms. It's shared by all of us, states, civil society, and individuals. Here is just a few of the things on the to-do list. For example, we must advocate for universal implementation of the children's rights. We should work tirelessly to ensure that children's voices are heard, and we must translate frameworks into real, meaningful actions. Let me leave you with this thought. The future of our society depends on the well-being of our children today. I believe that protecting their rights is not just a legal or moral obligation, but also it is an investment in a better tomorrow. Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to speak. And thank you for your attention as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bahadur, for this amazing presentation. Thanks. And dear participants, we right now come to the question and answer sessions. If you have a question to one of our speakers, please direct them to our speakers. Is there anyone with a microphone?
Thank you very much for your seminar. I want to ask a question to Ms. Ciceratelli. Yes. You have talked about the adopted children that are stolen, actually. Do you know in which countries they were sold, inside Germany or outside? How did you discover that?
There's one journalist who discovered all these black baby trafficking markets, and she was just searching for her mother. And then while she was searching, she found out more details that there were also a lot of other people who were searching. And then because she made this Facebook community, then a lot of people also could share their stories. So that was all this proof that they had, because these hospitals are not really functioning right now. They are closed, and also official documents are gone. And the proof why they are, for example, the siblings, is that they are doing these DNA tests, and according to this test, then they find out each other that they are like family members.
Mostly they were sold in Georgia or other countries as well.
We didn't have the full information actually, because it's only last 3 years that is happening this situation, and there are some other people who were discovered themselves that they were actually Georgians, but they are now living, one in Germany, one I also that in Greece. But I do not have all the information about all these people, because this proves coming out and out. So it's never-ending process right now.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Is there any other question?
First of all, hello, and I come here as a Hazara, and I have question about how to stop genocide. Like Hazara genocide is continuing in Afghanistan for several years, and they are facing many different problems there, and what we can do for them, and what steps should we take to stop this genocide in Afghanistan against Hazara people.
You addressed which speaker among us? Who do you want to answer?
The one who actually I came.
We have the expert right there. We would like to also happily to answer your question to our knowledge. Bien sûr.
Actually, you have talked about genocide, yeah, but because I came here at the end of the conference and I just shared my question, if you have any answer.
Maybe you mentioned.
In this kind of questions, in this kind of situations, I ask the person, personally, individually, what do you make to stop this genocidal cycle? Yeah? So generally people are always discussing such issues. For example, we are saying generally, Germany must do that. Turkey must do that. The United Nations must do that. European Council, United Nations Human Rights Council must do something. But I'm starting all the time with myself. What should I do?
Yeah.
So I am. So I have some opportunities, some technical abilities. Health, and I can think, I can interrogate, so these kind of things give me some responsibility. So with these kind of responsibilities, what should I do? And from where can I start? So Hazara or Eritrea, yeah? Tigray, yeah, okay. So Turkey also, and Yazidis, Uyghurs. Yeah, there are lots of incidents all over the world, and there is a huge amount of discrimination also, mobbing, violations, violations, a lot of human rights. So we must start from ourselves. For example, in my model, I say there is only two persons. The first one is myself. The second one is oppressor. The others, the third parties, they know themselves. I don't care about that. So first, what should I do to stop oppression? Then I act. So the first part of question, answer. The second one, as a society. So genocide is not an individual crime. Genocide is a crime against humanity. It means all the other people all over the world are victims of this genocide. Then the other part of or components of society must act, because when they do not act, then in future such oppression will come to my door. So this is some pragmatic approach. I don't like that, but my main approach is the first one. As a person, what should I do? Yep.
Yeah, thank you for your answer. And I've always tried to start from myself, but as you know, sometimes we need some help, someone to take our hand and show us the way that what should be for a society or a group of people who are under difficulties and they face atrocities and genocide.
Yeah. Make sure that when you walk alone on the right way, the other people in time will engage you and will carry something, will logistically support you, yeah? We'll do something. But first, we need to start. Yep.
Yeah. Thank you.
Is there any other question?
question for the Mr. Demirtas. We mentioned about the genocide. My question is, as we know that there are some terms and conditions to define an action as a genocide, but we see that genocide comes out in different forms in each society and countries. So how should we detect this in different types of genocides and understand and declare it as a genocide?
So I'm not a lawyer. I'm not in judicial profession. I act as an activist. Yeah. So and my role model is Raphael Lemkin. In his time, there was no crime defined as genocide, and the Nazis were tried due to criminal acts in war crimes, and crimes against humanity. Yeah? And after them, in 1948 or 45, I'm not sure, with the struggles of Raphael Lemkin, this crime of genocide was defined and accepted in United Nations Council. So such theories, I don't care. Yeah? I'm just looking, there is some oppression, and as a person, I need to act or react or respond. Yeah? I don't care about such theoretical issues on the scene. But in the front of judges, we need to use these legal and judicial terms. And then I'm looking at Rome Statute. And in Rome Statute, there are two crimes. One is the first one is crimes against humanity, and the other is genocide. So in crimes against humanity, there is political motives. There are political motives or religious motives. These causes some oppression. Then it is called a crime against humanity. But in genocide, there is no motive. There is a will, a deliberate will, and it says, I will exterminate, annihilate, destroy this society. So there is no relation, there is no cause and effect relation in genocide. Crimes against humanity, there is. So my detection point, or I discriminate these two terms in this way. But when we go to detail, so there must be in genocide, for example, a group of a religious group, an ethnic group. But we are now in 21st century, and we are witnessing such unique incidents. Due to that, we need to discuss these terms also. Yep. So nobody can say, for example, this situation is not a genocidal crime because in definition of the genocide there must be a religious group. Because Raphael Lemkin is there, yeah? So he defined this crime. It means crime of genocide is a definable crime. So we can define in our term, yeah? In this time frame, we can make a definition for that.
Another question. We are just left behind 15 minutes from our normal schedule. And if there is no other question, I would like to introduce Sherif Aydın from Northern Justice Watch. He's the executive director from giving the closing remarks. With your applause.
Thank you so much. So, first, I would like to thank you. You are a great group. No one has left the venue from the beginning till now. And so we heard a lot of stories, a lot of information, a lot of stories of people who are suffering all around the world. And so now I think it's time for action. I would like to ask two questions. Normally I'm a teacher, so maybe this is not checking. I would like, we should have two outcomes at the end of the workshop or the symposium, I think. So can you remember we had two questions. One I asked, and the second one asked by Mr. Demirtas. We don't have any award, any gift for this question. Can you remember it? Let me help you. First, I said that I visited camp in Iraq, worked with Hazara's community, Yazidis, Ukraine, Tigray, Kurdish, Turkish people. And I faced with the same question. They said, why we? Why us? Why me? This is the question of vulnerable communities. And the second question, can anyone remember it? Here. Are you ready? Okay, are you ready? So the first question is full of tears. And the second question, I think, need courage. So, thank you so much. I would like to first start with thank you a lot of you who have shared your expertise, your passion, your unwavering commitment to the rights of children. And thank you everyone watching, listening, and sharing with us and standing with us. I wish we had children here today, but unfortunately we don't have. If we had children today, I would invite them. Children from Hazara's community in Afghanistan, the Yazidis in Iraq, the Tigrayan, the children in Turkish prisons, and the girls banned from going to school. I wish we had them. I would invite them here. And if they were here, they might say, thank you for speaking for us. Thank you for not forgetting us. So on behalf of them, I would like to thank you. And the next, these children are the silent victims of oppressive regimes. We agree. That strip away their rights, their dreams, and even their humanity. The world for them has become a mouth of shark. I would like to highlight this impression. The world has become the mouth of a shark, unkind, devouring their safety and their hopes. And yet, here we are, determined to say no more, determined to fight back. Let me share a story. As I said, when I was in Kurdistan, in Erbil, and in Iraq, I remember in Duhok at the camp of Yazidis, I asked a group of children, where are you from? Their answers still echoes in my mind. I'm from a camp. Not a city, not a town, not a country. They said, I'm from a camp. Well, it was really, really painful. There isn't a city in the world named Camp, right? No city named Camp in the world. Yeah, that is all the children know. No. When I asked them about their dreams, they didn't speak about the toys or games. They said, we dream of a house. And I asked why. Their answer shattered me. Because we are afraid of fire. Our tents are old, made of plastic. Sometimes we wake up at 2 or 3 a.m. in the midnight, terrified that our tent might burn, and we just want to sleep well, nothing else. We want to sleep well. Imagine that a child dreams simply to sleep without fear. If I had the chance to ask some question to the children in Turkish prisons, I fear their answer would be, I am from prison. If I asked this question to the girls in Afghanistan banned from going to school, they might say, I dream sitting in a classroom of reading a book without fear of punishment, right? And for children whose parents are imprisoned but too far away to visit, perhaps their dream, I'm talking about the children in Turkish prisons, their dream is simple as a hug from their mom and dad. I would also like to borrow a word from Martin Luther King. You know, once he said, I have a dream. Today, I have a dream too. A dream for children. A dream where every child, no matter their background, can grow up free from fear with access to education, safety, and hope. A world where no child is left behind, ignored, or silenced. That's why we are here now. Not just to listen, but to act. Children should dream of joy, of future full of possibility, not of survival. And let me say something. I firmly believe hope is not a strategy. I would like to highlight this impression as well. We have hope. We all have hope. But hope is not a strategy, right? So hope is not a strategy. We need a plan. We need a clear strategy, dedicated teams, international solidarity, and advocacy groups. We need governments, organizations, and individuals to unite, work tirelessly, not just for immediate relief, but for long-term solutions. Our theme today, the principle of the best interest of child and obligation of the state, is not just a concept. It's a call to action. Dr. Abdulaziz Danish reminds us, Afghanistan is currently the only place in the world girls' education is prohibited, right? The only place. Hussein Demirtas challenged us, are we ready to take the first step toward fighting against atrocity crime worldwide? And John Hodge painted a vivid picture of systematic neglect faced by Tigrayan children, and so on. There are no just issues, they are injustice. And we must remember each of us has a role to play today. Together we can create a world where children are not the first to suffer in the world, not the first to suffer in times of crisis, but the first to be protected. So that's why we are here. And I would like to thank two Cross Border Jurists board members for their leadership in organizing this event. Your tireless effort have created a platform that amplifies these critical voices. Thank you so much. And also to our speakers who have illuminated a path forward. And everyone watching, listening, standing with us, your commitment gives us hope. And as I said, not just hope. Maybe after this event, we need to discuss the roadmap, the action plan. As we close, let us carry us with the voices of these children, the Yazidis, the Hazara girls, the Tigrayan youth, the children in Turkish prisons, and the girls banned from school. Let us work to ensure their dreams are no longer about basic survival, but about thriving in the world where they are valued and protected. Together, we can turn hope to action. I believe it. Together, we can change the world. This is not a dream, my friend. This is not a dream. This is not just a hope. This is a strategy. So let's move to the next step. And I would like to and my speech with the topic of Mr. Demirtas. Let's break the cycle of atrocity crime. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks for joining us today. You have enriched our symposium with your presence and with your contribution. We owe you saying thanks one more time. Thanks.